Our journey begins not at the start of a story, but between two of its chapters. To start at the start would require an insight to a world before time, before gods, before people, before squabble and calamity. It would be impossible to tell of such a time because nothing was there to experience it. Only that's not entirely true. A single thing existed before all else, a thing most of us fear, a thing most of us avoid, though it comes to claim us all in the end. The thing that lurks beneath each of our eyelids, reminding us of its presence with every blink. The thing that fights the growing of the light and curses those who bring it. In the beginning, there was darkness. A great war, the only one worth mentioning because it's the only one there's ever been, is nearing near infinity, and also its infancy. Good versus evil. While most inhabitants of Talsorum go about their day with little regard for metaphysics or concern for their souls, a concern of luxury for those who can't afford to look beyond the season's yield of crops, a secret war is waged. In the higher planes, in the lower, and sometimes on our own, beings of light and beings of darkness collide. Midnight. At turning of one day to the next, an explosion from somewhere unseen rocks Mébira, a backwater mining village long beyond its glory days. The remaining townspeople, no stranger to the cruelties and hardships of the world, rush to the streets and look to the blackened horizon, their teeth-rotted mouths agape in horror. Beneath their feet, the ground shakes with growing violence. Something is coming. Something nasty. Something dark. Just outside of town, earth is torn asunder. Houses shake, windows shatter. Those standing are thrown by their feet by the shockwave. From the newly formed fissure, there are sounds of combat and brief flashes of light. The bravest of the town go to investigate, only to return later, souls in ruin. With each flash, the light is weaker, 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 until it's snuffed altogether. In Mébira, there is now only darkness. 15 miles away, trudging with heavy feet through the desert, a wanderer in black robes feels the growing tremors. He observes them with interest. Even at this distance, the following shockwave buffets his robe and hood. TJ, what do we see?
We see an Azrael, his face hooded by the black robe. We see a sword of epic proportions on his back. We see different apparatuses rattling around his belt as he proceeds through the desert. He's tired, he's weary, and he thinks to himself, great, this is the last thing I need.
And you're on this path because something outside of yourself has been leading you. Call it a feeling, call it fate, call it divine intervention. Something has been tugging you to be at this place at this time, to bear witness to this, perhaps to put an end to it, perhaps to help it, whatever this and it may be. As you watch the distant, dying flashes of light, that feeling tugs harder. You're faced with a choice, one of a million billion you've made and have yet to make. Do you rest, being as weary as you are, and take on the walk tomorrow with fresh legs, or do you walk through the night, risking exhaustion?
I know the calling that faces me. I know the gravity of my mission. I know that lives could possibly depend on my actions here. Knowing that, I want to be in the best condition possible to help these people. I slowly lower my pack to the ground and make ready to rest for a few hours before continuing on.
Okay. You see, just kind of off to the side, it's mostly desert out here. And the town that you're ultimately going to, you can see in the distant horizon mountains that are jagged up from the landscape. But around this area, there's a handful of places that would be a decent place to camp. So you set off to the side, set up your camp. Is there anything special that you do at camp before you turn in?
So I set my primary weapon down beside me, and out of my pack and out of my bundles, I pull a bloody rag. And I set this bloody rag before me by the fire. I kneel on both knees and slowly begin to meditate. I pull out of my satchel a couple glass vials and a couple pieces of rough, clear rubber tubing. I stick a needle in my arm and begin to drain my blood into some of these vials. And as I meditate, looking for answers, I continue to process and draw my life essence into these bottles.
All right, so with that, however long this meditation typically takes you, you are able to complete it. You don't see or hear or experience anything that indicates that you're in any danger in this location. It seems okay. And slowly you drift off into this dreamless kind of sleep, which is good for you because typically when you sleep you are plagued with memories. Go ahead and roll me a perception check and roll me it with disadvantage because you are sleeping. That's a 6. Okay, with an 8. Through this featureless sleep where there's no dreams, there's nothing that's coming to you, very, very faintly you hear a hoarse whinny, a man's yell, and the far distant sound of fighting. Whether you're sleeping or if it's some vague recollection of a memory or a dream, you don't know.
I open my eyes, scanning the horizon for signs of a fight. I'm looking to see if there's any torches, any light, anything that I can pick up in the distance.
It's hard to discern exactly what time it is, but you have a feeling. It's around 3 a.m., witching hour. The night air is freezing, a far cry from the normal desert heat, and you see your breath vapors rising with each exhale. This is the coldest point of the night. Go ahead, and you are awake now. Roll me another perception.
11.
You don't see anything, but you hear the continuing of hoarse whinnies and of yelling, of metal on metal, something scraping, and that's it.
I gather myself. I pick up the blood vials that I've gathered. I start strapping them into my belt in various pouches. I put away the tubes. I put away all my other belongings. I put away the bloodied mass. I put that into my bag. And instead of stringing my sword onto my back, I place it at my side, ready to go. And I begin going towards the noise.
Okay. What does the sword look like, by the way?
This is a black blade, a long handle, 5 feet in length.
Huge.
With runes carved into it. They're deep etches along the blade. To look at it, you can tell that it weighs an incredible amount.
Okay. And with that, you're going to head in the direction of where you hear this fighting?
Correct.
Okay, so since you have dark vision, you're able to see the night in various shades of gray. Mm-hmm. And you continue on and on to this fight, and it sounds like right before you come over this crest, where you'd be able to presumably see whatever's going on, that fighting starts to diminish. And it sounds more like something is being dragged away now. Fighting has stopped. You come over this crest, and you see a road that kind of is cutting through right in front of you. On it is an overturned carriage with a horse, and you can see even from this distance a series of arrows that are protruding up out of it, pointing up at the night sky, and 2 individuals dragging away a third, presumably someone who was once in this car. And they go over an opposite crest and kind of disappear off the other side.
Is the cold still present?
The cold?
Is the cold still present?
Yes. You've been moving a little bit to get to this point. It's been maybe 20 or so minutes on the trail, so your body heat is up a little bit, but it's still chilly, definitely.
With these individuals and with the cold weather, are they within my range to use my divine sense?
What's the distance of your divine sense?
60 feet.
60 feet? We'll say that they are just within that range. You do not sense anything of that nature from any of these individuals, the ones who are dragging the body away and the body itself.
And can I make any details out on the carriage? Can I tell if it's like, is it travelers, is it a merchant?
From this distance, no, you'd have to go and inspect it.
Okay.
And it's kind of situated in the center of this, almost a valley. The crests are not particularly high this far out from the mountain range.
How fast away are the people moving with?
They're moving considerably slower than you are, pulling this body.
Is the body screaming? Are there signs of life?
There is no sounds coming from it.
I hop to the carriage quick.
Go ahead and roll me an investigation check.
12.
Approaching the carriage, you see that it's not necessarily a merchant carriage. It may be a single, maybe double occupancy. The interior has been ransacked, and deep cuts have spilled the feathered insides of the cushions. There's drops of blood that are speckled on its black walls and flooring, and around it, you just see kind of like signs of a struggle and then drag marks that are going off in the direction.
So it doesn't look like anybody has been... There's not enough blood there for somebody to have been killed.
Not to the point where they were turned into a fountain. There's a little bit of blood, but it doesn't look like anything potentially that would be fatal.
So can I use... Actually, can I stealthily follow behind these people?
So as soon as you start walking their direction, harder than ever, you feel that tug. The one that's been taking you to wherever this place is.
Okay.
But it is pulling you almost the opposite direction. The direction of town. It wants you to ignore the threat of this gore, and it wants you at the village.
Against my better judgment, I can't let somebody know, like somebody that's knowingly endangered, I can't leave them in the clutches of these guys.
Okay, so you continue on?
So I continue following them.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
16.
You feel pretty confident, and with the sand, and there's not any leaves here, obviously, there's nothing that you would be worrying coming into contact with that would trigger anything. And so you follow this up over this little ridge, this little crest, and on the other side, tucked within this natural rock outcropping, is a group of 3 cloaked figures, the 2 that were dragging him away and a third. And unlike you, the robes that they wear are more billowing, more ostentatious. A bow is slung over 2 of their shoulders, and you don't see any weapons on the third. This third member, the one that you didn't see previously, is the smallest of the group. Their face is hidden in shadow, they're wearing a hood, and they lean towards something, maybe the person that they were dragging away. "We're done asking questions, old man. If you don't tell us where the stash is, we're gutting you here and now." And through the bodies, you can now see this figure that they had just dragged away.
Okay.
And Derek, would you care to describe your character?
You see me laying there, full black robe, coughing pretty heavily. If you can inspect me at all, I know it's pretty dark out, but you can see I am not a human, dwarf, different kind of creature. I have the robe pulled up, however, long snout. I'm a lizardfolk.
Okay.
You can see the top half of my face is green colored. My underbelly is white colored. And I'm just laying there, coughing, not responding at all.
Okay.
And you are bloodied.
At this point, can I tell if they're competent fighters? Like, can I tell anything about, like, how do they handle the bow? How does the third
You
handle
rolled
himself?
a decent roll when you were looking at the damage done to the carriage. It looked like they had hit their target each time.
Okay.
They hit the broadside of a carriage, but beyond that, you don't know.
Okay.
The smaller one does not look like that he has any weapons on him.
How close can I get?
So there's a natural rock outcropping here with a handful of other rocks and boulders that are around. You can try to move forward, so the closer you get to them, the higher my DC is going to be. You'll keep rolling for stealth.
Okay.
So right now you are about 30 feet or so away from them.
Can I get to the top? How far from them is the top of the rocks?
Like going back to the
Like if I sit,
to the other side of the rock.
Does this rock outcropping? Does it offer like a good view? And like what's my distance?
Probably from where you are right now, you have the best view. If you can go around so they're like underneath the outcropping. They're using it as a natural shelter.
All right. So I got what I'm. Okay. So I heft my sword and I put it on my shoulder, and I am able to control the blood flow in my body. And then I turn my eyes red, and I slowly approach, and I shout, "Good evening, gentlemen."
All of a sudden, all 3 of them turn to face you, and in the darkness, it's like 2, and you see it too. Do you have dark vision, by the way?
I don't think I do, actually.
So all you see in the darkness is the occasional light offered by the stars in the sky. Mm-hmm. Not very much, but you see these 2 blazing red embers that are heading your direction, and from the direction of these embers.
Good evening, gentlemen.
So they all turn to face him. Immediately, the 2 string up their bows. The smallest of the 3 kind of backs away. He's almost like next to you now. And one of the taller ones, "Move along. This doesn't concern you."
Relax. I'm just looking for information.
Pulls his bowstring up in your direction. "Move along. Do it now."
Are you sure you want to go this route?
"We're already on this route, friend. We're going to take it as far as we need to go." That's up to you.
I ask one more time. Is this the way you want to play it?
The first one, who had already had his bow kind of pulled back, looks to the other one who also pulls his bow, and he's drawing it. Now that they're facing you, you notice that two of them appear to be human or humanoid in some way.
Okay.
And they're like scanning around as if like they're looking at where you just spoke, but it doesn't seem like they can see you besides those red eyes that are kind of lighting up. They now have like a shot for where your head might be. They're both looking right at you. They don't say anything else.
How close is the third?
He backed up from them. He's like right next to you.
So at that point, I dim my eyes and I step off to flank from another direction that they think I'm here, and I'm moving away from the sound of my voice to circle around.
So what we'll do is, instead of dimming them, you kind of almost roll an intelligence check.
Okay.
Actually.
Also, can I stealthily stand up?
Go ahead.
Either like behind this dude if possible.
Yeah, go ahead and roll for stealth.
14 for mine.
Okay, so you're able to kind of just lift yourself up very, very slowly. You're not bound or anything. You were just kind of carried here. Your arms and everything are free, so you're able to stand up. He's right in front of you.
18.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so what you are able to do, instead of dimming your eyes, you very briefly memorize your location. Okay, this is where I'm standing. This is what the area looks like. You know where your targets are. So you know, okay, maybe they can see my eyes. You close them. And in your head, mentally, you're picturing, okay, this is where they are, this is where all this stuff is, and then you go offline. And you're imagining where they are, but you're kind of going off to the side there. And you know, okay, once I open my eyes, you're going to see me again, but I might have a little bit of an advantage moving off to the side here. And they're still kind of aimed in that direction, and it looks like the smallest of the three is about to light up a torch.
If I can, I am going to collapse his mouth, bite him straight in the middle of the neck.
Okay, go ahead and roll for attack. We'll see how well it goes.
Not great, that's only an 8.
You grab him, and he is more solid than you would expected. And his hands come up and actually grab a hold, because you kind of had to grab him to pull him toward you to bite.
Yeah.
He grabs a hold of both of your hands, and he actually kind of throws himself back into you, brings his shoulders up to protect his neck, and you're not able to get anything in, and he just starts screaming, hey, he's fighting back, he's fighting back!
That's when I make my move.
Okay, now I want you guys to roll for initiative.
21.
13.
So you actually are able to, kind of having this element of surprise, the first one was a free action, so you're actually going to be able to do something again. He does have you grappled, having his hands on both of your own, but you can fight him free, or you can try to bite again, whatever you want to do here. How tall is your character, by the way?
6 foot. Do I have my backpack on me, like any of my weapons or anything?
Your stuff has kind of been thrown off to the side. It's near where a campfire used to be, but there is not currently a fire burning in it.
How close am I to the bag?
It's kind of thrown diagonally from you. Maybe you came forward a little bit, maybe like 20 feet.
Okay. Is the bag closer, or are the bowmen?
The bowmen are closer.
Okay.
Since you would kind of walk toward them when you were doing your stuff. When you did step offline, you did go in the direction of where that bag was, though.
Okay.
So it is slightly closer to you.
Using my extra attack, in case this guy misses again, I miss again, I'm going to attack twice. 2 bites again.
Okay.
22 to hit, and 19 to hit.
Both hit.
6 points of damage, and using my Hungry Jaws, I'm going to restore 3 temporary hit points.
So you're still latched onto him. You're biting down in his neck. Both of them find purchase deep within his flesh. It is your turn.
I move forward, raise the towering sword, and bring it down on the first bowman.
Greatly shortening the distance, they were not expecting you to come from that direction. You run over and take a swing at him, and he was kind of like in mid-movement, kind of looking around to where you were. And as you're swinging, he's like turning already that direction, and you just barely miss him.
Okay.
He still has a bow out, which is kind of shitty for him. And it is actually his turn. So he, just with enough of his turn, he sees you so close to him, he throws his bow to the ground, pulls out a short sword, and he kind of brings it up in a defensive posture, kind of facing you, because he knows that's where the tactics came from, but he can't really see you very well. Okay. So now it's the guy who you were gripped onto. Oh my god. He is unable to break free from you. He's thrashing around in your arms, but you tower over him. He is like half of your size. And now the other bowman. seeing that his friend just got attacked, he does the same thing, only he backs up a little bit before he draws his weapon. It looks like he's trying to go around you to try to flank you and get in from behind, but all he does with his turn is throw his bow down and pull out a similar looking short sword.
Okay.
All right, third dude. I am going to continue biting if my teeth are already in his neck and try to slowly push him down.
Okay. Go ahead, roll for... Are you doing a multi-attack again?
Yeah, I'll do the multi-attack.
Go ahead, roll to hit on the first, and then just roll for strength on the second.
First was a 13. Second is a... Oh, wait, strength. 16.
Okay, so he is... I'll roll a contested... That's not very good. So you go in to bite again, and he is able to bring his shoulders up just enough to where you kind of nick the shoulder more than the neck or wherever you were aiming for. And he makes himself small, which is, for a halfling, quite small. And he turns in toward you, and as he does, you are able to lift him and bring him to the ground. So he is facing you, but he is now grappled, and you are on top of him. You're back now because you had to make this movement is facing where the rest of the combat is happening.
I'm going to do a follow-up strike on the same guy that I just missed.
Okay, go ahead and roll.
9.
9.
Well, wait, is it plus? It's +4, right?
Yeah, it is.
So it's 11. Sorry.
That meets it be... Oh, no, armor class is 12. No. So you take a swing toward him, and he is able to parry it just enough where he had his weapon up at the ready already.
Okay.
So he's able to parry that, and he takes a swing back at you. He rolls a 17 to hit.
Okay.
He takes a swing at you with this sword. 2 points of damage.
Okay.
So it's just kind of like just grazing you just a little bit, spilling blood that you've spilled plenty of.
I use Hellish Rebuke. I say, fuck you!
Go ahead and roll for damage.
Okay.
Straight damage.
9.
So you pointed him back. Any particular finger?
I snap. Can I point and snap?
Yeah, so you do that, and as you were snapping, he's like right in front of you, he bursts into flame, and all of a sudden, Derek and everyone else in the field sees everything that is lighting up in the fire that is arising around this guy. And he just collapses. He runs off from you just a little bit. He gets maybe 10, 15 feet away, collapses to his knees, and then falls to the ground. And now he's just this smoldering, lifeless body on the ground. And the other one, the one who had just seen this happen, his friend who was kind of backing away toward you, he just ran right past, is going to take a swing at you.
All right.
I've rolled a 5 like 16 times. This is ridiculous. He is freaked out because his friend just burst into flames and then burned alive in front of him. He does not take a swing at you. He's actually keeping his distance. He's going to back away just a couple feet and at the ready, using the fire of his burning body to kind of track where you are.
Are you sure you want to keep this up?
He's shaking a little bit, and his eyes dart from you to the halfling who is underneath you, and he's like, "What the fuck are you doing? Kill him!" And it is the halfling's turn. 18?
Yep, that hits.
Okay, so from where he's beneath you, but from the interior of his coat, he's able to pull out this little dagger, and he throws it up into you. You take 4 points of damage. He's going to try to dart out from under you, actually. He does have multi-attack as well. So he's going to try to pull himself away and kind of roll off to the side. But he is unable to. There's just too much weight that's on top of him. He tries to wriggle free, taking advantage of that strike, but he's not able to get anything in. It is your turn.
I am done with this halfling. So I look directly in his eyes. He can keep the dagger out if he wants. I go in for 2 more bites.
Go ahead and roll with advantage on those attacks, because he is currently prone.
17 and 19.
They both hit.
7 points of damage.
So, just towering still over top of him, you're just, bearing down on his neck and his chest and his face. You tear away part of his cheek. He's screaming to the point where, and with the amount that you tore away from his cheek, you can actually see the inside of his mouth and his uvula shaking as he's screaming up at you. Still, with murder in his eyes, he is a very headstrong, gung-ho, very stubborn, whatever he is.
He's gonna be in trouble.
Last chance to drop your weapon. Do it now.
He closes his eyes for a moment, as if offering a prayer or something to someone maybe, and he charges at you, and he swings, and it's a miss. Or you block it, you parry it, and he's not able to do anything. The one that you are on top of is able to roll himself free from you. With all these bites and all the blood that is around and the slipperiness of it, he's able to slide himself free from you. 18 hits, I imagine. Mm-hmm. That is still just with his dagger, but he does 6 damage. Okay. He looks at the dagger for half a moment, and he throws it off to the side, and he pulls out this, it's kind of like a short sword, you think at first, or a similar looking dagger, and he presses something on the hilt, and then it expands. So like he's able to keep it concealed in whatever he's wearing, but he's able to pull this free. It's actually more of like a quarterstaff than something that's bladed. He like pushes it, and it extends to a full staff.
How close is he compared to my backpack? Any of my weapons or anything?
Rolling, he actually rolled that direction, so he is now between you and your backpack.
Okay, that's what I thought. Is there anything else around me? Any kind of object?
There's rocks, different various things that are around. I'd make you do an investigation check to pick one up that would be the right size, but could be potential weapons. There's some cacti and stuff around too, but...
Did you say there's a cliff nearby?
Yeah, there's like a rock outcropping. It's above you. Less a cliff and just a rock formation.
Yeah, let me find a rock.
Okay, go ahead and roll for investigation.
14.
Yeah, you're able to find one that's a little over palm size. You're able to get your hand wrapped around it. Looks like it could do some pretty good damage if it hits.
Yep,
Are you gonna strike it as a melee, or are you gonna throw it?
Throw it.
Okay, go ahead and roll using Dex.
Oh, it's nat 20.
Go ahead and roll for damage.
12 points.
You strike him dead in the forehead, and it just spills. Blood just gushes from where this rocket hit, running down his face and his nose into his mouth. He spits it off. 12 points of damage. He's looking pretty rough.
So I've given this guy multiple opportunities to back down.
He's right on you.
No longer am I backing down. I say, have it your way. That's gonna be.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a.
That's gonna hit. It was a natural 19, right?
Yeah,
that hits.
Yeah. 5.
5 points of damage. So you gave him his warning. You parry the last shot that he had at you, and you swing, and you kind of cut front end of his 2 legs, the higher end of his leg. But it doesn't seem to have any effect. Instead, you see in front of his legs, the guy that you were fighting, 2 blade wounds open up onto his quads. So he's actually going to take that damage instead of his other guy. How much did you say that was? 5?
That was, 5.
And he's like bleeding profusely from these wounds, but the guy that you were fighting took no damage.
Nothing.
Having just taken that, he takes a swing at you, but he's like having a really hard time moving around with these 2 brand new wounds that have just showed up on him. It is the guy that you just attacked's turn. He's still swinging with you. He actually locks blades, and he's staring deeply at you now. He's just, what are you? Yoski, it's your turn.
Yes, halfling right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
2 more bites, finish this off. Second one was a natural 20. First one missed, that was a 5.
Okay, go ahead and roll for damage on the second.
6 points.
So the first one, you kind of swing at him with the rock, and he's able to step aside, but he steps kind of toward the direction that you were already kind of leaning with that swing. Mm-hmm. You bite down on him. How do you want to do this?
I'm trying to catch him off guard. I want him to turn the way that I'm swinging. When I see the glint in his neck, my eyes sharpen, and I go in again for the last, blood-curdling scream.
Okay, and you rip his throat out. Like, you've never seen a throat independent from a body before, but you see it now. Mm-hmm. And he reaches for it, his weapon drops at his feet, and he's just drowning in it. And he's just clutching at it in vain, falls to his knees, falls to the ground, and you see this dark crimson spread out around him. He is fucked.
I immediately look up, just say, finally, and head towards my backpack.
Okay, with your movement speed, you head over to your back. As a free action, I'll let you go just pick it up and get whatever weapon out. The last guy is seeing that this other one just went down. He says, "Master!" He looks at you, looks back at you. "You'll pay for this." And then he swings. And he rolls a natural 1. So he's more bluff than bluster. And he takes a swing. It goes completely wide, just misses you by easily a foot.
You asked me what I was. I'm not one to be messed with. I place my hand on his shoulder and I use inflict wounds.
Go ahead and roll for damage.
14.
That's enough. His skin curdles, beginning at where you had grabbed him, and it just spreads along all of his body to the point where, like mid-scream, he is caught as it just his face and his neck and his body just decomposes in front of you. The last thing that you see is the light fade from his eyes, and he just collapses. Weapon still firmly gripped in his hand, but he is done.
Like a shriveled husk.
Like a shriveled husk of a man, yes. And that is it. You guys have fucked up these 3 individuals. You're now facing one another. You have your bag back.
Well, after putting my backpack on, I'm going to sit right back down, just start breathing heavily a bit after taking the dagger. Thank you.
I walk up, say, "Let me help," and I put my hand on his shoulder and I use lay hands. I'm gonna put 5 points, heal 5 points of damage on you.
Yep, so he lays his hands on you, and there's this radiant energy that kind of runs along his fingertips into your shoulder. You're 5 points healthier.
Do you know why this cold air pervades the night?
No, I am close to the forest of this area, but it is a lot colder than typical.
Before I came upon you, where were you headed? What were you doing?
I was trying to gather food for my family. We live up in the kingdom up north.
I'm going to be heading towards the village. I'll leave you to it then. Take care.
I appreciate it. Thank you. First, why are you here?
Destiny calls to me.
Same to me. I'll nod.
And with that, I grab the hood on my cloak, pull it up further, and then begin to... I go over to the bodies of the 2 men, just looking for items.
Go ahead and roll an investigation. Do you want to look through the bodies as well, or...?
Yeah, might as well.
Okay, anyone in particular?
The half one.
Okay. Are you looking at the other 2 that you've dispatched?
The 2 that I dispatched.
Okay.
Because, like, in my mind...
His kill is his.
Yeah, his is his, mine is mine. 4. What?
So we'll say that's for the first body, which is burned beyond any recognition.
Okay.
The clothing, anything that he would have carried besides his weapon, which he had dropped before he had ran, it's destroyed. You could barely tell it was a person.
Okay.
18.
I'll send you a text message.
Okay.
Okay, what was your second roll?
17.
Going through his stuff, you see a couple of unsent letters, possibly to home. You see a very old, very worn holy symbol to Saloon, who is the moon goddess, the goddess of change. She's one of the main goddesses of this world. He did do like a faint prayer before he had finished fighting with you, so maybe it was to her.
There's no moon tonight, right?
Not that you can see. It's just the stars that are out.
Friend, before you go, do you know anything of the god Saloon?
Saloon. Not that I know of. The only thing I'm thinking of right now is I need to get back to my carriage, which was destroyed. And I'll look down.
Before I take off on the road, is there anything else that I can assist you with?
Well, if destiny calls, if you don't mind helping, I have something I need.
What is it you need? What is the nature of this item?
A friend of mine needs some help. They live in the village you're heading to, Fulshin D. They need some help recovering this. I don't know if I can do it myself.
Is there any particular reason why they need the item? Is it, be it prudent of me, but there's a symbol of saloon on this one individual. Is this item of any religious importance? Is it mystical?
You would know.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out if it's a religious item.
Your character would know that it wasn't the god that you worshipped specifically, or that your group, your order had worshipped, but it is like a cousin, like it's adjacent to. So it's one of the greater goddesses of this world.
Benevolence.
Of good.
Okay. I'm headed that way. Let's go together. We're safer in numbers. We know that something cataclysmic has happened in that village. You are aware of the cataclysm.
No, I was not. I was coming from up north.
A few miles back, right before sunset, the earth shook and a giant plume of smoke arose from the village.
Ah, I see. Yes, these three arrows at my carriage and took me down. I do not know. It seems to be a holy god they follow, but what they did to me was not holy at all.
I have special interest in hunting down the corrupt. Let us go to your carriage, see what we can salvage, and continue on to town.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, you two head back to the carriage. The horse has breathed its last. With the cold night air, its exterior is giving off like a steam almost, just because it's a heat source still. And from the arrows and the blood seeping from them, there is a small, ever-widening pool of blood underneath where the horse has been struck. The carriage, arrows sticking out of it, looks like it's damaged. If there's anything in particular that you would have kept there, you would know. But, it does not look like it had rolled over in the attack, and there's not a horse able to pull it.
Did my eggs survive?
Your eggs?
My eggs.
Roll an investigation check.
16.
A single egg remains. Everything else that was in this carton or wherever it was located has been shattered and broken. A single one, a sole survivor, has made it through.
Can't believe. I will pick up the single, normal-looking colored white egg. However, there are green dots just strewn about, like circles. And I'll throw it in my backpack. I guess that is all I have remaining. And I will slowly follow.
Do I know anything about these eggs?
Not really. They just look like eggs.
They just look like eggs.
I don't know what they are, so.
Okay.
For my children in the kingdom. By the way, my name is Yoski.
You may call me Angel.
I am further up north, my Yosemite kingdom. The princess gave me her horse and carriage to let me travel.
So this is a matter of life or death for your kingdom.
You have got it perfectly.
Let us continue. If there's anything that I can do within my power, I'd be more than happy to help.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then, again,
So-
silence.
You guys, are you setting out at this point for the rest of the way toward town?
Well,
the
let's
village.
say
So it's still dark out. It's about 3 a.m. and both of you realize, kind of in the beat that follows combat, you realize how tired you are. You only made it halfway through a full night's rest. You've had a long night, and you've had a very long night. So you guys are both very tired.
let's go to that rock outcropping. We'll have a good vantage point there. Whenever first light comes to the city, perhaps we'll be able to spot a glance of whatever happened.
And there is an old fire pit with like freshly cut wood that is there. It appears as if these individuals who had ambushed you have been waiting here a while for your arrival or someone else's. And underneath this outcropping, there's cured meats and salted meats, a couple extra barrels of water that they had trucked in from somewhere. It looks like they've been posted here for a little bit, just waiting for travelers on the road or whatever.
Did you say that there may have been signs that they were waiting for somebody, or more so
Yes.
travelers?
Yeah, it looks like they were waiting for their right opportunity to strike at someone.
Okay. Were these travelers familiar to you at all? I'm hesitant to stay in this spot, not knowing if they were meeting somebody or if they were coming or going.
These specifically, no.
Okay.
No, they must have been hidden close to these rocks when they first took their shots.
Can anybody see us from the road?
No, and that's kind of what makes this location so good. Even with the fire lit, it doesn't look like it would be easily visible from any direction, because you have the sand dune, like the crest on one side, and then you have another on the other side with the outcropping around it. So you could have a fire, and presumably no one within this short distance would be able to see it.
This
It's kind of
area,
tucked into a valley.
this area seems protected, secluded. We should be able to see if anybody's coming off on us. Let's rest here for the night.
I can, I'll pull up my tinderbox and light the fire.
It is amazing. It cuts right through the cold of the evening. You guys are able to drift off to sleep really easy. Is there anything that you guys do before bed the second time?
Only thing I want to know is, can I tell what race Angel is? Does he look like a human, or do I know that he is
Go
an Azrael?
ahead and roll me either intelligence, history, or religion.
It's just a nat 20. Sorry, I don't know
He's an Azamar, so somewhat related to Celestials.
So are the
You rolled a natural 20.
Yeah.
He's a lot darker in his countenance than he should be. His eyes are a lot more red even now than they should be. You vaguely heard stories of fallen Azamar, things bordering angels that decided to take a different path. And he is one of them. Typically somewhat of this plane, but they spend a lot of their time learning in higher planes. But the fallen kind, they don't really owe their allegiance to anyone or anything.
So why are you here in this area?
My story is my own, but
Bitch.
destiny has called me here. My master and I, we were on a hunt, and while hunting, we received information of this town that was important to me. And I needed to go to this town to investigate it. It may be false, it may be true. I don't know which I fear more.
But you are following what your mind tells you to do.
I follow my own heart.
That is good with me. I'll give him a smile. Whatever you can see with the robe. And curl up.
Okay. And with the heat of the fire, you guys are able to drift off to sleep real easy.
I stay up a
Yeah?
little bit longer.
Okay.
Just contemplatively staring into the flames, just kind of giving a final look at our surroundings to make sure that we're safe for the night.
Yeah, you don't get any indication that there's anything else of danger to you here. And with that, you guys drift off. A little bit different from Ian's rules. We will consider this a long rest. So if you want to go back full up to everything. So you needed to rest a long time. It's now 11 o'clock in the morning, unless you want to wake him up sooner than that.
No, well,
The cold of the night, around the time the sun starts to rise, just disappears. And it's now, it gets from warm to hot to scorching. You put the fire out as it gets hotter. In the shade of where this outcropping is, it helps, but it is hot. And you guys are in the desert. and around 11 o'clock or so, near where the sun is at its zenith. That's where you wake up. You're already up. You've been up for a couple hours at this point, just kind of watching him sleep or doing whatever. And that's where you guys are.
My sleeves are rolled up slightly. I have bracers, but the underside of my arms are clear and are visible, and you can see multiple scab wounds, cuts, almost like something has been piercing my forearm over and over and over again.
And in the light of the day, you guys get a very clear look at one another. So all the details, all the colors, everything that you did not notice the night before, you guys see in all of its glory.
Under my hood, you can see long hair, again, kind of wild, not matted, but it looks like it's brought back, tied in the back, beard, darker, not darker skin, but faded, pale. Again, other than seeing what you can of my face and the marks on the other side of my arm, there's not much more that I have revealed at this point. Other than the sword is back on my back.
Mm-hmm. Where's your other sword, by the way, during all this? It's not visible?
It's the bundle is in one of my packs.
Gotcha. Okay. So, you guys are up. It is now warming up considerably. You feel so much better than you did the night prior. Yeah, the miracles a long night of rust can do.
With the sunlight out, I will take my hood off. If I can roll the sleeves up a bit. Not much hair, but just like a little mohawk kind of. It's like reddish orangish kind of. I try to keep it more hidden since it's more noticeable. Face, like I said, was green. However, it looks a little pale, like palish greenish, not compared to the white underbelly. And if you look at my arms or legs, it's all scales.
Right.
However, it's a lot of old scarring marks you can see over whatever area you can spot on my body.
Do I see any weapons?
Oh well, I have bows. I have a sickle, daggers.
Okay.
I mean, you can imagine it's in my backpack.
Okay.
Yeah, and since you had recovered your bag, you have it all at your disposal, so. Okay. And you guys heading out then? Mm-hmm. Okay, so it's hot, but you guys are moving anyway. And it takes you about an hour, maybe an hour and a half to get to closer to where these mountains are. They're now rising right above you. And right now, it's like 12:30 or so you're not protected much by the sun, but you have the impression that once it gets later in the evening, the mountains will protect you from the worst of the sun's rays. And on the outskirts of town, on the final bend before the buildings come fully into sight, in the distance, just around this bend, you hear voices arguing. No, I'm not going back there. You've seen what she's done. My God, you've seen what she's done to the children. You join the others in the pit if you don't. Fuck you, fuck her. Hakim, no, this isn't right. Our town didn't deserve what it got, but it deserves much better than this. Please, Tahira, come with me. No, this is our chance to put ourselves back on the map. I'm not going, and you're not going either. Watch me. You guys hear footsteps running your direction from just around the bend. I'm sorry. You hear the thwip of an arrow coming loose as this almond-skinned man rounds the corner to face you. As his eyes meet with yours, they kind of open a little bit wide with surprise, and then they grow even wider as this arrow sticks in through his back and then comes out through his chest. And there's this moment where he's just locking eyes with you. His arms fall down to his sides, looks down at the arrow, looks back up. Blood comes out of his mouth. He falls down to his knees. There's another moment. He falls off to the side. What are you guys doing?
What a waste, I say, and then I go and I check his pulse.
Okay, so as you are running to check his pulse, another person comes from around this bend, and as soon as she sees you guys, she immediately stops. You see, like him, she is almond skin. She has long, dark hair, dark brown eyes, and she's wearing kind of a cloak, but it's kind of like a Middle Eastern kind of garb where it's cooler. Like, not like cool as in like, oh, it's cool, but like... And as soon as she sees you, she pauses, and there's this long pause. And then she turns and runs back in the direction of the village.
I'm not currently taking an action, but my bow, I've just been hold on to my bow just in case.
Okay.
As soon as she runs, I'll put my arm back down.
Yeah, she's running full bore.
We'll let her go. We're definitely going to need another approach on this village. What do you know about this village?
You can roll a history check if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that. Seeing as Foshin lives here, I might know a little bit.
You won't know anything.
Okay.
History. It's just a 14.
Okay. So you know that Mébira used to be a major trading hub through the mountains before new passes were discovered to the north and to the south. And when trade had dried up, along with everything else in this part of the world, this town was forgotten by most. So it used to be somewhat affluent. It isn't anymore. Imagine like a frontier town in the west that used to be good with mining, but everyone else disappeared. And the people who remained behind, poverty-stricken. It is lower educated. It is very poor. It's a very, very depressing place that rests against the Ayla Mountains, which is like this major formation, mountain range in Setsorum.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you know. Just really poor, kind of backwater.
I would be careful here. I appreciate what you have done for me. I do not know what they will think here. I do not know the culture in this area.
Are you sure Fulshin D is still in the city?
As far as I know. Can I ask, how did Fulshin contact me?
He contacted someone you knew, and the people you knew told you to come here.
Gotcha.
Through like letters, correspondence of some sort. You don't know the details.
Gotcha. Yes, letters. Mainly the only way that we get any information from my kingdom, especially from this far away.
Are there many of your kind in the city?
In Mébira, absolutely not.
We should approach with caution. Is there any possible way to disguise yourself?
Well, I am pretty good at stealthing as is. Personally, I do not feel like I am any danger.
Okay.
How about you?
Again, it seems like there's quite a bit of unrest. Like you said, we don't know what's going on in this town. Again, I saw something that, in my experience, struck me as supernatural.
With my training and experience.
in my experience, I felt something supernatural happen in this town. I think we should proceed with caution.
I agree.
Is there like a less used gate that we can see from our position?
So the road that you guys are on, which was predominantly a trading road before trade dried up here, looks like the only way into town. On the left and right of town is just mountains. This is situated right in, and it is using the shade of the mountains to its advantage to kind of shelter it from the worst of the sun. It's just one pass through with houses on either side. And you see a larger structure kind of off on the opposite side of you guys, further back into where this mountain range is. But this is the single road through, which is why it was so good with trade back when it was more popular with traders.
I'm immediately inspecting, see if I can see the hut facility that Fulshin is currently staying in.
So at this distance, it's like a series of buildings. You do see the speck now of the woman that you guys had encountered getting smaller and smaller as it goes in the direction of town and where these buildings are. And then it disappears into one of the larger ones off to the left-hand side.
So not in the city.
Into this, it's more like a town. It's like imagine
There's
like
no
an
wall, there's nothing.
No.
Okay.
No, it's just like imagine like an old western town.
How many, if we were estimating the population of this town?
If every house was full to the brim, several hundred.
Okay. Can we see anybody else out?
You see various other specks kind of moving very slowly from location to location. One or two, but as that woman darts through town, they kind of stop, and then they follow her into this larger building to the left.
That is interesting. I wonder if they noticed how fearful she was.
You think there's anything on this guy that can tell us what's going on in the town?
It wouldn't hurt to look.
Go ahead, roll me an investigation with advantage because he is assisting you.
Okay.
Natural. Going through his person, you don't really see much. He had like a pack with him with several days worth of rations, some food, some like water skins, enough to survive out in the desert for several days. Outside of that, you don't see much. He had like a little tiny short bow with him and like a short sword, but that was just enough to protect himself.
He was planning on leaving.
I don't like the looks of this. Something's happening here. Can I use my divine? Can I sense anything in the town?
It's within 60 feet. You're not close enough yet.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are kind of off. You're seeing this all at a distance right now.
At any rate, we have to slowly approach. We have to refill our water. Possibly, maybe there's a tavern or something that we can continue to gather more information at.
Yes, that's a good idea. See if we can get some kind of idea of what the rumors are going on.
Okay. So with that, you guys move forward. You're just walking right down this road. Not a whole lot of opportunity to do much else, but you're walking in. You about have the distance from where you were to where you currently are, have the distance to town. And as you reach that point, the building that she had run into, there are suddenly several people running out of it. 4 of them in total, she being one of them. And they half run, half jog to the edge of town to meet you guys there. They all seem armed. They seem vigilant.
They are armed?
They are armed.
Are we in shouting distance?
Yeah, we'll say at this point.
Good evening, friend. Or good afternoon, friends. Is there something we can help you with?
Is there something we can help you with? You're coming to us after all.
I've been on the road for a while. I noticed a small tremor yesterday. I was in the vicinity and I wanted to make sure that everybody was okay.
Everyone's all right. We had a mining accident, but no one's hurt.
Would you happen to have a tavern or a store where we might resupply?
If you turn around and go back up the road about 25, 30 miles, there's a place up there.
What about a church? I would like to pay my respects to the god Saloon.
There's a long, long pause. They kind of look over at one another. One of them glances back at this large building that's in the back. And being a little bit closer now, it's a church. This larger structure that you guys had seen from a distance. Typically where the holy symbol would be at its top has been toppled. And there's some kind of writing on its side, but from this distance, you guys can't read it. I'm afraid there's not much to do around here, especially for Saloon, but I'm sure back in the, Holy fuck, Ian, I can't fucking pronounce that. What the fuck?
Manchalabura? I know. I got nothing from here.
Bomber.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Talking with a mouthful
Look
of
at the other
marbles.
one with a Q. Quinthissin.
So he says that name, and they could have something for you there to pray or pay your respects or whatever. Not much here. And you had visited this town very briefly just to stock up on supplies before you'd come up. They did have several churches, but
Before the earthquake. And the
before you
vacuum.
reach the last stretch of hiking or walking to get to this location.
If it's all the same to you, I'm a traveling pilgrim. I'd like to pay my respects and I'll be on my way. My friend and I will briefly stop and then we'll be gone.
Roll me a persuasion check.
17.
There's a pause. You see them whisper to one another, but you're too far away to make out what they're saying. Briefly, but not at our church. We're renovating, working on a couple things, but if you want to come in a saloon, you can follow us in, stock up on supplies if you need to, but then you gotta go. we don't take kindly to outsiders here. I'm sorry. We're kind of tucked in a ways. I'm sure you understand. Don't trust much of the outside world after what they've done to us.
I appreciate your patience and concern. You'll find that my friend and I are not like the outside world. As I said, I'm a traveling pilgrim. Perhaps if there would be any services that you may require, I may be able to help.
He nods, and they wait for you guys at the edge of town. Are you heading to them?
Did they motion towards the saloon?
They're just standing there right now. They're kind of spreading out just a little bit.
Are they flanking us?
No, they're seeming, in a way, but they're seeming more, it's less aggressive now and more like they are positioning themselves to escort you to this larger building.
Okay. Are they still? They're still a good way. Like, what distance do we have?
Are you guys moving forward toward them? They haven't really moved forward toward you guys at all, so they're still maybe 20 or so yards away.
Yoski, let's hold our position and let them come to us. Be ready for anything.
This whole time, I have said nothing. I just give them a nod.
They just stand there. Are you coming?
Which building is it?
He half nods, half points to the building that they had all left, this larger structure off to the left-hand side.
Okay. We don't want to ask him about your friend at this point. Let's see where this rabbit hole takes us. And if we have to fight, we have to fight. But
Okay.
we approach.
Okay. You guys approach them. They kind of flank you, but again, acting more as escorts than anything. They don't want you to get distracted. Walking into this town, with the exception of these people who have already spoken to you, you don't see anyone else. But you feel distrusting, oppressive stares from the windows and doorways of this place. A soft breeze blows a tumbleweed across the single dirt road bisecting town. On either side of this road, you see unwelcoming sun-scorched houses and storefronts, and long rotten signs hang from the businesses. Do you speak Marquesian? Or are you proficient in it?
I don't think...
Do me an intelligence check.
Intelligence, nat 1.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So looking at these signs, you'd think that with your history of trade and things, you'd feel like, you've done work with plenty of people from Marquette or people who speak the Marquesian language or dialect or whatever it may be. So looking at these signs, you'd think you know what they are.
No. What do I think it is?
One of them, you're sure is like a beautician, maybe like a barber.
Yes, that sounds about right. Yeah.
There's two other signs that you see. One is immediately to your guys' right, and then there's one that's further off, also to the right, further back. You read these signs, and you are confident in what they read, but it's up to you to decide what they say, what you think they say. So dwell on that.
How many total?
So there's two that you need to know. The larger building that they're leading you to seems to be like a beautician of some sort. So they're taking you.
But we already saw, they already pointed, so.
Yeah, you guys are heading to the beautician right now. That's where they're taking you guys to. The other two places, there's the first one with its door seems barred, its window seems boarded, and around it, it looks like gore. It looks like something had happened outside of this building or is ongoing on the outside of this building. And they are purposely taking you guys the long way around it. The opposite, the furthest side of this single road away from this single building. And the other one, it looks somewhat ramshackled, as does everything else in this place, but it still looks like it's traversed. It looks like it's not boarded up at least.
What can we smell?
Crimson, ash, decay, human sick.
Did you, the people following us, did you say, are they all women?
There was the woman, the almond skin, dark hair, brown eyes. There's also a dragonborn. He's carrying like a long sword, but all of his clothing is more ragged than the others. It seems like even for a place like this, he is destitute, which, considering how poor this place is normally, that's bad. The other one is a woman. battle scarred. It looks like she's seen her fair share of shit, and she is greatly favoring her left side. Like she had taken a wound there at some point in the past and is purposely trying to avoid putting weight on that. There's like scars and bruises. The Dragonborn that you guys see also has like bruises on scars. Like he takes like constant beatings from people.
Did we notice any bruises or marks on the individual back down the road?
Nothing really. It looked like he was tired. Maybe like he hadn't had sleep in a long time, hadn't been eating a lot, but nothing, no physical injuries.
She saw us looking at that body, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So they're leading you guys to this larger building. There's 2 butterfly-style doors
Like
at the entrance.
like saloon doors.
Yeah, so you think this place is a salon.
Can we hear anything coming out of the salon?
You can, actually. So as you guys approach, first you pass this building with all the gore.
Go.
And it just,
Am I able to whisper at all?
you can try. You can roll me a stealth check.
I don't know if I want to. It's a joke. Oh, that's a 20.
Okay.
Because I don't want them to like know, but I just want to whisper over. Butcher shop.
You hear. Roll me. What is your passive perception? It is right down here. Passive wisdom, passive perception is 12. That's high enough. You hear very weakly, very muffled, as if it's trying. You are the only intended recipient of this whisper. Don't. Coming from the boarded up building with all the gore surrounding it.
Do I hear it or sense it?
A little bit of both.
Can we see anything else on the street right now?
I want both of you guys to roll me a quick perception.
2.
18.
You don't see it because you're kind of taken aback by whatever this noise is. You see, leading away from the gore, drag marks, similar to the ones that you made last night. There's a faint trace of blood that accompanies them, and they actually head right through town, along where normally the carts or the people or the horses would traverse through, all the way toward where the church is. And they kind of disappear. You're not able to follow them far enough to be able to see where they go. Maybe to the church, maybe to somewhere else, but it's heading up that way. Drag marks and blood. Something had happened here.
At the time that I hear don't, I kind of like stagger a step and stop.
Okay.
And I look around. And I try to pinpoint where the voice came from.
You know it's coming from somewhere inside of this building. You, kind of taking a moment to look at it, you can't read what the sign says, but next to it, very faintly, you can see a symbol of a patch or a badge or a star, something that is next to this.
Is it a religious symbol?
It is not. You know that right away looking at it. It's more of a symbol of authority.
I start to walk towards it.
Okay. As soon as you stop, you get the attention of all 3 of them. The one who initially had addressed you guys before watches you for half a second, starts to see you walking that way. Whoa, friend, that wasn't part of the deal.
I apologize. I noticed this symbol, and I'm trying to ascertain what it is. It looks familiar to me. Like I said, I'm a pilgrim. I'm trying to...
He's the sheriff. Was the sheriff. We don't have one anymore. There's not much need for it. We had a wolf attack a couple days ago. You can see the aftermath of it. We had a couple people attacked. Everyone's fine now.
Must have been quite a few wolves.
It was several. They come in off the mountains. They're hungry. They're looking for food.
Would that happen to have anything to do with the goddess? Because she's the proprietor of the moon. Is that related?
If you believe in such things, then maybe everything is related, but we don't really subscribe to any of that. They kind of snicker at one another.
I apologize. Just foolish pilgrim talk. But, think it, and then I take a step back, kind of surveying, okay, I've heard, things aren't adding up at this point. I push you, are you still behind me at this point?
You stopped. He kept going.
Okay.
So he's a couple steps ahead of you now, in between where these three, whoever they are, have turned.
If they stop, then I stop as well and look back at you.
Okay.
And at this point, too, out of that larger building off to the left, through the batwing doors, or the butterfly doors, a fourth figure comes out. Everything all right?
So we said it's beautician. Let's see.
Are you the hairdresser?
I bluff and I say, just to catch them off guard before they can say anything, I say, I hear you're the man to see for a drink.
He blinks a couple times. He's like, I actually am the bartender. If you want to buy anything, and he looks over at the group that you were with, and it seems like initially the man that you guys were talking to has kind of gone to the wayside, and now the woman, the more battle-scarred one, is speaking. It's fine. We're gonna let them in. They're just gonna sit here for a little bit. We're gonna feed them, give them some drink, and send them on their way. It's not an issue. We got it handled.
Handled?
Yes, handled.
You've got it handled. I thought we were just coming in. I thought this was friendly. Handled. That makes
we had our friend here, and she gestures to this woman that you guys had seen before, Tahira, the one who had shot that guy in the back. Well, she told us that you were seen around a dead body. And, well, that made us a little bit concerned, which is fine. We understand in these parts, bodies are often to come by, but, well, it's handled. You're handled. It's fine. You're okay. And she looks at the bartender. You grab us some drinks. He goes back inside.
Allow me to clear up this unpleasantness about this body. We were merely approaching, and we...
It's it's okay. It's not necessary, I promise.
What did you say your name was again?
Millicent Miss Splitter. Yes.
Miss Splitter. Okay. How long have you been?
What is your name?
You can call me Angel.
You a stripper, or?
I've been known to do a jig or two for glitter.
All right, we can talk more inside. Yes?
Personally, I feel like it would be in all of our best interests to stay in the street here. I don't mean to pry against your comings
I'm
and
sorry,
goings.
I don't think you quite understand what is happening. At this juncture, we don't know you. You come into our town, there's maybe a body involved, maybe there isn't, that's okay. It's not really a matter of what you want or what makes you comfortable. We wish to be good hosts. We wish to feed you, to bathe you, to feed you, to drink you. That is fine. We will get you all of those things, but then you will be on your way, yes?
I give like a very slight flash of my eyes. She can't see my face right now, right? Or
It's light. It's light out.
Can she see like? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, like she can. You're wearing your hood and everything, but it's daytime.
I give like a slight flash of my eyes and say, maybe it would be best for us all if my associate and I leave now. Thank you for your hospitality, but we require nothing further.
Right as you were saying that, you notice a couple things. Inside of this building that they're leading you to, there's like this faint melody that is playing, someone playing on a piano. But further on, in the direction of where this church is, coming to your ears, you hear very faint screams and sobs. Someone's crying, someone's suffering, someone's hurting.
Did you hear that?
Yes, it is the wolves that we had spoken about before.
In the daytime.
You see all three of them now. The bartender had just gone inside, but all three of them start to reach for their weapons.
This entire time, have they... I've been letting most of it fall on Angel. have I been able to kind of clear their senses, kind of like back up a bit? I want to see if I can attempt a stealth if they were all focused on him.
Roll me a stealth, but with disadvantage. Because there's 3 of them to 2 of you. And there's not a whole lot of places to hide here.
16.
You duck away into one of the alleys between 2 of these buildings. You feel like your departure wasn't noticed, but it's only going to be moments before they notice you're gone.
Exactly. That's fine with me.
I pull one of the vials off of my belt.
Of blood.
Of blood off of my belt, and I start swishing it in the air.
They're going to back up.
Huh?
They back up, all 3 of them.
I ask, are you folks familiar with the study of hematology?
It's blood, yes?
Right in one.
The
study of blood.
We've seen plenty spilled around these parts, but no.
Are you familiar with its properties? For instance, do you know that blood coagulates? And for those unlearned amongst you, coagulate means to become solid. A simple bit of blood becomes solidified, passes into your brain, keeps oxygen from getting to your brain, and you die. And at that moment, the blood that I'm swishing around becomes solid.
Cool trick.
I cup my hand and I grasp my sword, and it begins to glow. The glyphs on it begin to glow red.
All of them draw their weapons.
Another cool trick for you. Are you sure we want to go this route?
They're backing away now. One of them actually draws a bow. The woman that you guys had encountered before, the one who had shot her companion or whoever he was, draws her bow and backs away.
You could shoot someone in the back, but can you shoot him in the front?
Okay, I think that our little bit of hospitality we were offering you has expired. So if the 2 of you wouldn't mind turning around and leaving.
Well, we did give you that option a second ago. We were ready to freely leave before you so ungraciously grabbed your weapons.
Roll for initiative.
I was going to say, whenever this woman's ready to pull her bow, from the alley, I'd like to take 2 shots at her.
Oh, that's true, because you are doing that whole thing. I will give it to you as a free action. I'll give you 1 shot, and then we'll roll initiative.
That's an 18 to hit.
That hits. Which one are you aiming for? The girl?
Yeah, the one with the bow.
Okay. Yep, roll for damage. What did you roll?
5.
That's 5 points of damage.
Give me a fat beat to kick these guys' ass too.
And I want it immediately as she pulls her bow up, I'm taking a shot.
What are you aiming for?
If I could, I would like to go for her hand holding the bow.
Okay, you strike her directly into the hand, going through, like, you'd think the knuckles, but it's actually slightly further up where it's between the knuckles themselves, and it splits straight through into her arm. Mm-hmm. And she actually has to drop it off of the bow where she's just holding the one now, and she's screaming. The whole thing actually had driven far, far, far into her arm, completely immobilizing this side of her. She is very, very hurt.
Okay.
These people's HP, it's not very high.
Good.
So she is bleeding profusely. Yeah, roll for initiative too.
Yes,
sorry.
Forgot about that. 14.
You do that. She immediately drops that arm. The bow is essentially useless now. It drops along with that arm. The one that you were speaking to, the one that was kind of taking over the rest, the battle-hardened one, she's gonna take a swing at you.
Okay.
Does a 13 hit.
I have a 16 on my armor class.
Okay. She pulls out, and she had already previously had pulled it out. It's this large battle axe looking weapon that seems like it has seen a fair share of skulls and bodies and just fair share of adventure. And she swings it at you, and it's heavy, but as she's taking her step forward, she swings, kind of telegraphing that. You're able to step back just with enough time to avoid it. Go ahead and take your second shot, Derek.
My next 2 shots are going to go directly to the Dragonborn, if I can go for his head.
Yep, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, that's only a 13 and a 5.
First one hits. Sorry, not the 5.
Okay.
The first one hits.
6 points. I'd like to go for the head, and I'm hiding behind the alley.
You shoot at his head, and you hit it right into his left eye, and it sinks deeply through the brain, out the back. He begins to falls to his knees as the second arrow flies overhead, and he collapses. That's why the second one had missed. It just flies off in the direction of the church. It would have been his turn.
Where's the beautician at this point?
Everyone is inside now. There's the sound of combat. So combat lasts 6 seconds per round. This has been less than 6 seconds at this point.
Okay.
Two of them are basically fucked up.
Within 10 seconds, it could be over.
Yeah.
Let's make
These are townspeople. They're just common townsfolk that are like emaciated and poor. You guys are beating the shit out of a bunch of poor people. The one whose left arm is all fucked up. She's gonna pull a blade out. Ooh, that's actually pretty good. 17 does hit you.
Yeah, 17 would hit.
She's going to rush toward you with her blade drawn. With this sword that she pulls out, which looks kind of shitty, it does a total of 5 points of damage.
Oh.
Yeah, does a good bit. And, she's just going to whisper, "You should turn around when I seen you on the road."
So I'm gonna swing my blade at her, but not with the like. I'm gonna go for the blunt, for the flat of my blade. Like I'm gonna go for the headshot with the flat of the blade, just to fucking knock her out, not kill her, knock her out.
Okay.
So it's a 13.
That hits.
Okay.
I won't even make you roll for it. She had 1 HP. So you smack her kind of like square into the face, and she just collapses into a heap in front of you. Her weapon sprawls out next to where her bow had fallen. And your turn. Oh wait, I'm sorry. It is this other lady's
Just
turn.
that one, yeah.
And
the one with the bow.
She's gonna go after you because she just saw you take down one of her companions. So she's gonna, yeah, that's pretty good.
This is Battle Axe Woman, right?
This is Battle Axe. She goes after 18 to hit.
Yep.
What the fuck? 4 points of damage. 1 + 3. So she takes this wide swing at you, kind of previously going after you to now going after you, and she probably should have just stuck with her first target, but she does 4 points of damage, and it is.
It should be my turn now.
Yeah, go ahead then.
And that one's just passed out. So, I mean, since I saw that, you need a heavier blade than that. And I'll take a bite.
Okay, go ahead and roll the hit.
Chills.
I'm gonna do the double attack. First one was a 5, second one is a 14.
You bite at her again and again, and she is extremely nimble despite her apparent injury on her left side. And Azrael.
Alright.
Angel.
I'm gonna use Dreadful Aspect.
Okay.
And I like, cause, yeah, I'm gonna do that one.
Okay, so that is a wisdom saving. Derek, I want you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Is he gonna get,
Yeah,
he
'cause
gets affected
he
too?
can see you.
Damn.
What is it?
18.
Okay, cool. Describe what this looks like.
So, smoke begins to bellow out from the folds of my cloak. My eyes become a deeper red than you've seen. All the scars that are visible on my body glow bright red. And my blade begins to look like, around the blood runes on it, it begins to look like it's on fire.
And it is terrifying. Like, it is something out of nightmares. You feel okay because you know he's fighting on your side, but
I see it and I'm smiling.
the woman who sees this happen takes a step back and another step and another step, and you get an opportunity attack because she leaves your immediate range. So go ahead and roll to hit.
Actual one.
You were so focused on looking like a badass. You take a swing, but she is at first moving very slowly backwards, and then as that momentum builds, she's like stepping back, like just terrified. She's not able to approach you anymore from this point. And instead, she is going to pick up the fallen bow that was on the ground, and as she is continuing to back up, she's going to pull that out. Okay. And you're going to hear her yell, "I need help! Someone please! Everyone please!"
I'm taking my bow out. 2 shots. That's a 20 and a 10.
First one hits, second one does not. Is that a natural 20 or?
No, 18
Okay.
plus 2.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
7 points.
You strike her. It seems like she is much tougher than the other ones. She has this experience. She has this history of fighting, apparently. She takes this shot center mass, and she's wearing like this thick hide kind of armor, and she takes it hard, so much so that she actually drops down to one knee, but she is still standing, still bellowing out these orders to whoever may be listening. And at this time, the batwing doors to this building are forcibly flown open, and first the bartender or individual, the beautician that you had seen previously, comes out, weapon drawn, and then another person follows, and another follows, and two more follows, another follows, another follows. They all look somewhat emaciated, weakened, hollow-eyed expressions, but they look ready to fight. They're bearing teeth, they're bearing weapons, and as they are coming out, you hear, again, from behind you, from this boarded building, "Psst, hey, come on, inside, let's go." And what was once a boarded door has now been pushed open.
We dive for the building.
Okay, you guys are armed for the building. A couple of them pull out bows and start firing them in your directions.
I'm terrifying right now. They're terrifying.
They can't chase you. They don't want to actually, I would have them all roll. They all come out and they see this, and it affords you the extra time that anyone who is melee is not going to be running toward you right now. But the ones who are with bows are still going to take shots. Okay. But arrows fly past you. None of them are high enough to hit. And they embed themselves into the dirt and rock around you. Are you running also? Mm-hmm. So you guys just take off towards this building, and arrows are dancing at your feet. And you guys keep running and running and running, and you make it to this door. The door is thrown open the rest of the way, and you see a handful of people who are inside who look battle-hardened and just like absolutely beat to shit and bloodied, and they throw the door open. Let's go inside! You guys run inside, the door closes, and someone casts some kind of spell sealing the rest of the door. Someone with a hammer and nail starts hammering it from the inside, and you can hear all these people from outside. They're like, shit, they went in there. And they're like, all right, we'll wait them out. They don't have much supplies. And you hear them spreading out from outside, but no one continues into this building or tries to force themselves in yet. You guys turn around and you see a handful of people, 5 in total. And they're in varying degrees of just looking like they've taken a beating. So you see one guy who is wearing a symbol similar to the one on the sign. He is the worst looking out of all of them. It looks like he is on death's doorstep. He's kind of laying down. There's another man, the one who had helped usher you guys inside, who has returned to his side with a hand on his shoulder. And this guy is somewhat almond skin, but slightly darker than that. He has like shorter crew cut hair. There is a little girl off to the back, very stubbornly, doesn't even look up at you guys, drawing something in a book or coloring something. You see another guy, the one who would actually open the door for you guys. He looks like a foreigner, like someone who didn't spend a lot of time in this town. He's a little bit paler skinned. It's kind of red from being out in the sun. He has really long hair. It looks like he came from a position of wealth, but kind of fell into hard times. And there's another figure who's kind of off on an opposite bench who is completely unconscious. And there's some makeshift version of an IV that is into his arm, and he looks like he is probably also on death's doorstep. The other guy's at least conscious.
What's in the IV?
It looks like some version of water. It looks like they're just trying to keep him hydrated.
Okay.
So you guys see this. One of the guys, the one who would open the door for you, the one who looks like he was highborn, but not so much anymore, walks up. I'm Destin Hughes. I imagine you folks are not from this area.
I would say not.
You've caught the town, I want to say on a bad day, but it has always been shit. So the nature of this place seems to swallow people up and just spit out husks. Welcome to Mébira. Pleasure having the two of you. I wish we had some kind of greeting gift or something for you. We don't.
You are the scariest one of all. You are too upbeat for me.
I used to think that I was. I was a merchant. I traded a lot of shit. You know, people who got on my bad side. But I kind of wound up here and never left. So, and he pulls out he almost has like a holster on his side, but in it is just a flask, like a deep flask of something. He pulls it out and just takes a long, long drink of it. Anyway,
Yes, that makes sense. Go ahead.
so what the fuck are you guys doing here?
I sheath my sword. I let out a sigh.
And this terrifying visage that you had is now fading. You're terrifying. I almost didn't want to open the door for you, but I was like, the enemy of my enemy and all that, so... Anyway, what brings you guys to town?
Well, I am here to see a friend. I do not know if you know a person named Fulshin.
Bro, there's like 30 people in this town. I know everybody, way more than I want to. What is what is his name?
Fulshin D.
Fulshwin D. Yes. Short fellow, kind of book smart. Walks around acting like he knows his shit.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I only
yeah,
receive letters.
He's here. We haven't seen him. This whole shit show, it's always been a shit show, but it's definitely been more so of a shit show lately. He was staying in the tavern, saloon, whatever, across the way, up in the second floor. He's probably still up there, or maybe they departed with him the way they departed with everyone else around here.
Explain departed.
Did you see how fucked up things looked outside around this building? And
The wolf attack.
Yeah, is that what they're telling you? Oh man, I could have sold you probably on something like a little bit more realistic, but it's fine. Luckily, I'm on this side of the wall. Yesterday, last night, whatever. Time is weird. There was like a shake. Bunch of people freaked the fuck out. It makes sense. I don't know what exactly had happened, but I do know what happened afterwards. They started hunting all the kids. And at this point, you see where this facade that he's putting up, where he's like kind of fucking around, being a little bit more jovial, it kind of falters a little bit. They took them, and some people tried to fight, and the ones who tried to fight were dragged off. And Mary, he points at the little girl who is kind of coloring in the back. She's the only one left. That's her dad. And he points at the guy who is wearing the star on his chest. We kept her safe for now. I can't imagine it's going to last long. But they took all the kids up to that church, the big building on the other side of town. And I don't know what they did with the adults who tried to fight them. They were laying outside, but they're not outside anymore.
You've been in this town a while?
5 years.
Tell me about the religious aspect of this town.
It's not much of one. The people feel like the gods have left them here. And I agree. And I think that the world has left them behind. Gods have left them behind. There used to be a church to Mistral here, but
Not saloon.
no, there's been some people through for Saloon, and I've heard some people pray to her or whatever. Mistral was always the big one here in town. There was like a priest or someone who had stopped in town, and like me, he had never left. He's not here anymore.
Any newcomers to the town?
Well, your friend, he's only been here a week or so. And her? The one who came last night, this morning, in the early hours, I don't know. She came with the earthquake. She was pretty, I'll give her that, but something in the eyes. She came and gave a speech. I didn't listen to it. I know forked-tongued people when I see them. I've had enough experience in the business world to know that. But she came and she gave everyone a deal. She gave them an offer and they took it. Most of them took it, the ones who didn't.
Well, here you are.
Well, us and the bodies that were outside that aren't outside anymore.
The children, how long has this been going on?
Last night, that's when they took most of them. This lady showed up. Pretty. Lady something. I don't. She was in a position of authority or from somewhere. She wasn't of this world, or that sounds weird, but She came and she offered everyone a deal. She said, essentially, like, join me or die, or give me your kids, or... It was an impassioned speech, I'll give her that. It was just, the children here, they're your future, but your future sucks, so forfeit that in favor of a better one. And people gave their kids willingly, and fuck those fuckers.
Let me ask you this. This is a very relatively arid place, correct?
If by that you mean dry as fuck.
When she came, did you feel a temperature change?
Got cold?
Did you feel as though...
It was night. It's always cold in the desert, man. But yeah, like her arrival was like, yeah, she arrived, but it was like the absence of other things. Heat, warmth being one of them. I don't know.
What made the other townspeople go along with her? Just the prospect of this deal?
Let me ask you something. If you lived somewhere, and you seriously believed that the gods abandoned you, the thousands of gods that we have, and the world, all of our fellow man, abandoned you.
I look at him stone cold. Don't talk to me of hell.
My point is, these people felt like they were abandoned by everyone, gods included. Why not take their chances on something else? They were given an opportunity for a new future. I'm not agreeing with them, but I get it. I know what it's like to be there. And they took it. And they sacrificed one future for another. And all those kids. Oh, fuck, all those kids.
Are the kids... Have you seen the kids since they were taken into the church?
I've been here.
And it was any that they could find. Nothing specific.
It was all the kids. Except Mary. It was all the kids.
And at this point, I just very slowly go over to Mary, and like one of the... I put my hood down, and like my expression softens. Mm-hmm. And I just become... I almost look angelic. Still the pale skin, but somehow softer. And I go down, and I introduce myself and say, "Hi, Mary. My name's Angel. Can I see what you're drawing?"
And this whole time, she has been with like a childlike stubbornness, yet like unqualified bravery to everything. Like her dad is right over there, like bleeding out essentially. And this whole time she's been scribbling, drawing something in her book. And it is a picture of her and her family. And they're happy. And she's finishing up this drawing. She's still working on it, but she turns it toward you just a little bit. And she's like, in here, everyone's okay.
I point at that picture. What if I told you that we can bring that back?
She just nods, keeps working on it.
And then I walk over to her dad, and I use healing hands.
How much are you taking out?
I'm going to do 5 points.
Okay.
What race are they, by the way?
Most of them are human. There was the Dragonborn that you had seen previously. The one who is closest to the guy that he had just healed. He has like the darker skin. He looks like he's a native of this land, but the guy that you had just healed kind of looks like an outsider, like a foreigner. Like he had come to this place and somehow fell into a position of authority, but wasn't from here originally.
Does he have the IV hooked up to him?
He is not. Guy? No, okay. That's another one. This guy, a lot of his wounds heal up, and he seems slightly more with it. And you start to pull away after healing him. And he grabs a hold of your wrist. Keep her safe, please. Just until I get better, keep her safe.
You have my word.
Thank you. The guy who was next to him turns to you guys now, the one who is a dwarf. Hi, so I take it you're going to help us then?
I believe so.
I don't answer him. I just turn around.
Well, it looks like we're surrounded. I don't know what you may or may not have up your sleeve, but now is the time to do it.
I put my hood back up. I'm a pilgrim on a quest. I need more information. I have information of a religious background, on light and darkness, and of the arcane arts. If there's anything that you guys can tell me, any more information that you can tell me, about what's going on at the church?
We don't know. None of us have been there up to the church. We hear screams and sobs, and that's where they took the kids. Late last night, a couple hours after everything had happened and she arrived and gave us this speech, there was a light there. Briefly, they carried it inside. I don't know who or what it was, but a lot of the screaming. Well, it's not just the kids that are in pain there. There's something else. There was a fight last night. She didn't come alone. She was in conflict with something, and she beat it, but it's still alive. It's still here. It's in the church, we think, but...
She came with something. Was it opposing her, or did they come together?
Together, fighting. We don't know. There was thunder. There was shaking. There was light and dark fighting. Where the shaking was coming from.
Did they just appear?
We don't know.
Was it 1
We
second?
didn't see either. All of a sudden, the ground shook. There was light. There was dark. There was flashes, but we don't know. They were there and then they weren't, but we don't know beyond that.
Is there any other way out of this building?
There's a beck. It's nestled right in with the mountain, but it connects to the next building over. We thought in the event of bandit raids or something that we could hide in the mountains if we need to. So there is a back way just past where the cells are in here, but it just connects over with the cellars of some houses and ultimately with the general store. But on this side, there's not much.
With Falchion, by the way, did you say, are they in the same church area?
He is in the last time we were aware, and he looks over to Destin kind of for confirmation, because he seems to know more so the ins and outs of the people who come in. Yeah, he was in the lodge, the saloon. They have a room upstairs. I think he was renting out for a couple weeks. I tried selling him a couple things. He wasn't really interested. He got some info from me, just kind of what things look like around here and stuff, to get to know the land, but nothing crazy. But he should still be up there, maybe, or maybe he took off. I don't know, but we haven't seen him.
Do they know everybody that's in this building right now?
Yes. Yeah. So you've met the couple of us, but the one who is passed out over there, he used to be a slave, self-freed. A lot of these lands have slaves and indentured servants. We've done away with that because we're all fucking indentured servants here. But Renarv, we don't know his last name, but you notice now he's also a dwarf, this one who is passed out. Used to be a miner in the next town over, further up in the mountains. We don't really know, but when the mining went under and the trading went under, he wound up in town and drinks a lot, but he was one of the very first to try to fight whoever this woman was. And
let's try and get him on his feet. If he drinks a lot, he must have been in the tavern. Maybe he knows something about your friend.
Yes, go ahead.
Is he the one that's hooked up to the IVs?
Yes. Yeah.
So I go over to the IVs and I start tapping on the IVs, and like I can tell has he lost blood?
Yeah, it looks like he has several very deep slash wounds among him. He was right in the thick of it with the resistance of trying to keep these kids safe by the looks of it.
I grab a needle out of my bag, I poke his skin, I look at his blood, and I take a sniff, and I like shake my head, do one of these, pull my vial up.
You guys are conflicting blood types, and he is fucked.
I'm
You're a universal donor.
I'm okay. We're good.
Are you allowed to choose that? How far deep character?
He's a universal donor.
Can I do this?
Do a medicine check.
Okay. 17.
Okay, and I don't know what your plus or minus is, but 17 should be high enough. You know you are a universal donor. Most Aasimar are.
Okay.
With this IV that's already hooked into him, you do like a weird transfer where you're able to put some of your blood into him and go ahead and take 5 points of damage.
Okay.
And he is going to take 5 points of healing, and his eyes open just a little bit as he looks around the room. They safe? They safe?
How are you, friend?
He looks up just a little bit. And he starts to grow pale because he's sitting up really quickly after losing a lot of blood. He has to sit back down or lay back down. I try.
It's okay. It's okay now. What can you tell us about what happened so we might help you?
I drink late. His comment is very poor. She came. I there. She said, join. I did not.
What did she look like?
Dark. Pretty. Hurt. Weak, but strong. Tried to fight. And he points at his chest. She did. And he points at where there's this very long gash across his chest. She did. And then she'd take.
To the church.
Yes. They scream.
Do you know Falchion? Oh.
Yes. He nice drink with me. In tavern. Maybe. Smart.
Is the tavern safe?
No. All there. Everyone. No souls. Falschwin crazy. Lately. 2 days. Found something. Saw something. Tell me about it. Drinks. Black.
This entire time, Yoski's been tapping his foot. He has heard what he has needed from this. It was also a dwarf that was
Yes.
speaking.
Yeah.
And he will begin to make his way out the back door, not waiting for you. Whatever you'd like to do, you can do.
Wait, Yakshi.
Yes.
What is this item?
I have no idea. In the letters, I was told I need to see it first. I need to make it to the tavern.
Is it related to your people?
Apparently, the princess is the one who needed to see it.
What is the relation of this item to your people? Is it a dark item? Is it a
I wish
Dark. Dark. Crazy. Dark.
What?
Crazy. He's crazy.
did this lady
Touched.
come? Did this lady come from the item?
He doesn't know.
We've got to see where this item, how it relates to everything. I'm with you to see what this item is. Once we retrieve the item, will you help me with the church?
You have your destiny, and I have mine. If it goes well, I will join, but from a distance.
Understood.
Destin takes you guys back to where this... It kind of looks like an entry into a wine cellar, almost, where it tucks back into the mountain, and immediately as that door is opened, you feel like a little bit of a natural chill, because it's within the mountain itself, which is kind of nice, given this time of day. And he tells you guys, we follow the passage through the mountain there. You'll see where it tucks into a bunch of the houses on this side. If you follow that all the way to the end, the last entryway that you guys have, that'll take you into the general store. I don't know who is there. I don't know what might be waiting for you. But if you want a way out, that's probably the way to do it. Or if you take one of the earlier ones, that'll just take you through someone's house. It's up to you.
Is there a way to get to the tavern from here?
A way that doesn't involve crossing the road to get to the other side? It's kind of, there's a joke in there somewhere. I don't know.
What would give us the best approach of the tavern? I'm sorry.
They are watching us. The townsfolk are aware that there's the tunnels out back, but they... What?
Nothing. I'm just imagining that they're just like They're like outside the window, just staring at us the entire time.
They're,
breathing.
if you guys look through like the cracks in these boards along the windows, you see that they've spread out kind of in like a wide area.
Who's the magician of this group that magically sealed it?
We'll call him the deputy, the one who is next to the sheriff of this town, the dwarf, one of the dwarfs.
Okay.
And every once in a while, Destin or the dwarf will go up to one of the cracks along the windows to see what's out there. Some of the cracks are wide enough they can actually get an arrow through to shoot at someone if they see them far enough out. That's how they've been able to defend this area for as long as they have.
With you being magically secured here, is there anybody that you can spare to come with us?
Mary.
And her picture book.
Immediately, everyone turns to face you, and Destin's like, no. Right now, the only ones that are in fighting shape are me and Nin Malay, and he points over at the dwarf, the deputy. It's just us against all of the townspeople and whatever else whoever she is, has to bring to us. She's working on something.
Are any of these passages connected to the church?
No. The church is connected to a second kind of shelter. The closest to it that you can get is out of the general store. It's not a very far walk from there if you want to go to the church first, but that's where it's the worst. If you have a strong stomach. So one of the things that Destin does say to you guys before you enter into this tunnel, or as you're entering into it, so if you do want to go to the church first, by all means, if you want to see your friend first, and he's going to draw up like a very rough map of what town looks like. He tells you guys, if you go all the way down to where the general store is, and if you are quiet enough and quick enough that you run across town to the opposite building, there's an old residence there. It wasn't mine, but I knew the woman who lived there. The back way of that building leads into that side of the tunnel system. So you can take that down, go 3 houses over, 3 residences over. The third door that you guys see on the opposite side is the way into the saloon.
Right across
now,
the street.
Yes, so they're aware that it's there. Just so you know, the townsfolk, obviously, they know that it's there, so they might have people there. But it's your best bet, because by the looks of it, most of them are out here keeping an eye on us. There might be some in this tunnel too, but by the looks of it, by the sounds of it, I don't see or hear anyone.
Let's find your friend first. Perhaps he knows more about the goings-on. I have a strong suspicion that the item you're looking for may be related.
Yoski is surprised. Thank you. I appreciate that.
When I give my word, I keep it.
I do my best.
As you guys start to enter into this hole, Mary runs over to you and kind of gives you a little tug on your cloak, and you look down, and she hands to you a very hastily written or a very hastily drawn picture of you that she had done while you were doing this last little conversation. It's not good, but yeah, she hands it up to you. You're gonna make it better.
I'm going to make it better. And then I make, very hastily, I make a symbol in front of me, kiss my lips, and touch her on the head.
And she runs back to where she had previously been sitting, keeps drawing.
After we leave, if anybody notices, as he was talking to Mary, there's blood on the ground from after I was leaving, as my nails were digging into my hand.
Roll me a sleight of hand. Don't roll anything. The number to beat is 12, because that is your passive perception. Because it's not like you're actively looking for this.
Yeah, it's only a 5.
You see this. You see that he's digging into his hand for one reason or another, maybe because of the horrors of what's going on, maybe for another reason, you don't know, but you see these self-inflicted wounds as he enters into this hole, into this tunnel system before you. You're following after him, and as soon as you guys pass in, Destin just kind of gives a final nod to you guys. If things break out, we'll run out to meet you guys. If it looks like you're winning. And he closes the door.
You know what? He is now my favorite.
Get a little sip of his whiskey before you leave, right?
Yeah, he doesn't.
I do not believe that is whiskey.
He doesn't share. So you guys are in this tunnel system now. It's cool. There's a slight draft coming from you guys from the front. It looks like there's actually a way off to the right-hand side that delves deeper into the mountain. So if they were attacked by bandits or whatever and needed a place to retreat to, into the mountains, you don't know where they lead, where this path leads, but it goes somewhere. And then it continues on. You guys see kind of just up ahead where it disappears off to the right in little offshoots as it continues on into different buildings and residences.
Do we hear anything?
You guys can both roll me a perception check.
17.
You don't hear much. You, looking around, you see the signs that there's been some movement in these tunnels. Maybe it's just an easier way to transport things. Maybe people just do it for one reason or another. You see this all of what he sees, and you also hear like the steady dripping of water from somewhere off to the right-hand side, deeper into the mountain, like there's some natural spring or reservoir or something. And you hear very faintly behind the down the second tunnel to your guys' left, before you reach all the way to the end, someone clearing their throat, very faintly, almost like behind a door. It's muffled.
Hold on. I hear water. But somebody just coughed to the left.
How close to the end are we?
This was the first building off to the right-hand side, so the tunnel barely goes on behind you. It basically just dead ends into the rock, and so you guys are on this far end.
So we're almost at the general store. Does it sound like?
No. So so there's the sheriff's side, and then continuing straight, you have an offshoot to the right, which goes deeper into the mountain. You have several offshoots to the left that goes into different residences, and then at the very end is the general store, the opposite side from you
So
guys.
the cough is nowhere near the general store.
The cough is between you and the general store. It's closer to you than what the general store is, but it's on one of the offshoots. Like you'd have to
Just
pass
a
where the
random
cough is
offshoot,
coming
yeah.
from.
Okay. So we'd have to roll a stealth check to get past that.
Potentially, depending on how you want to play it.
What do you think? You want to sneak past, or do we want to take care of the problem before it becomes an issue?
If he coughed, I don't know how strong he'd be. He doesn't sound like he's trying to stealth himself. I'll pull my bow out. I am up to whatever you're ready for.
There are torches lit along the walls here, providing some lighting. Outside of that, there's no natural lighting leading into this place. It's just the torches.
Okay. I unsheath my blade, and as we pass the torches, I'm extinguishing them to utilize my dark vision.
So ahead of you can still see where the torches are lighting things up. Behind you, things are disappearing into obscurity.
Okay.
Whereas he's undoing these various torches.
I can get us back through. Trust me.
I am confident in that.
Okay.
Just
you
have
guys-
an arrow ready.
So you guys move forward. Off to your left-hand side, there's the first offshoot that's going off to the left into a first house. Are you guys continuing on? Just passing that?
Did the cough sound like a male or female?
A male.
Let's keep going.
It was a bit deeper.
Let's keep going.
Did it sound kind of like a sick cough, or?
It was just like someone clearing their throat. So, and you're putting the fires out
Yeah,
between each one? As you pass this first door and kind of look off to the left, you see, similar to the doors that we have here, like a little peephole in it. Like someone would be able to look through if someone was knocking on it from that side. You pass it, no issue, the light goes out, it disappears into darkness for you. You can still see it in vague grays. Off to you pass another one.
Can I look into the peepholes as we go past them?
You'd have to like go down maybe 6 to 8 feet in order to reach that door. It's like at the end of a hallway, so.
So the one that somebody coughed in,
That's the second one down.
the one that they coughed in was the second one down.
Yeah, you guys passed the first one.
Is there any way to put the torch out without going up to it?
Not if you have to walk up to it.
Yeah, he's gonna know we're following the tunnel.
What if we are there rocks on the bottom of this?
Yeah.
What if we take a rock and we throw it farther down the tunnel, and then we wait for the person to go out, and we hide back in the dark, and we see what happens. If they come towards us, we're hidden by the dark. If they go out, then great, we can just... And then we can see what was in the room that they were watching. Because it sounds to me like they are watching at the door. At least that's how I perceive it. What do you think?
I'd agree. I don't know if he's looking for somebody, but he's definitely watching the tunnel at least.
Okay. We throw a rock.
Okay. There's several rocks that are strewn about around you guys. You pick one up and you throw it, I'm assuming just down this corridor?
Down the hall while in the darkness.
Yeah, so you're in the dark somewhere behind this area, you throw it that way. Yeah, you throw it, it clatters down the side, kind of echoing around this otherwise empty tunnel, and you hear on the other side of that door, hey, psst, hey, someone. And you hear some movement on the other side of that door, but no one has come through.
Throw another rock.
Okay. There's another rock, and they're like, yeah, I heard that too. Should we go to look? I mean, it might not be a bad idea. They're kind of whispering back and forth and back and forth. Some of it's more muffled than others. After a moment's pause, you hear footsteps that seem close to you, and then like they run away towards someone else, and you hear like a shouting, like a muffled shouting. You can't hear what's being said. And then the footsteps come back to the door, like they're reporting, hey, we're going to go out this way. And you hear that door opens, and into this small little area here emerge two similar-looking townsfolk. Both of them are male. They look emaciated, hollowed in the face, and they start kind of walking out towards you guys. I heard it off to the left here. Hey, it's dark down that right way. Do you think we should? No. They, you know how destined in them are. Like they probably just put that out to keep themselves. Yeah, that makes sense. And so what they do is they post one guy right here on the corner, and the other one starts to kind of go very slowly the opposite direction. First looking into that corridor to the right, the very long one that goes deeper into the mountain, and then he follows all the way, keeping in sight of this first guy whose back is currently facing you guys because he's watching his companion.
Can Yakshi see me?
Yeah, you guys are right next to each other. The flame is still like it's ahead of you guys. You're ahead of him, so you can see the back of him.
So I make one of these motions to you and point to the guy down the hall, and then I point to the guy that's standing on the corner.
I've already got my bow already ready.
Okay. You guys are not rolling for initiative because it's a surprise round, so I'll let you guys are moving simultaneously, but I'll let you go first. So there's the guy in the corner. You're moving. What are you doing?
So
his back's facing you. You do have advantage on any attacks because he doesn't know you're there.
Can I do like a knockout?
I do want to say, roll for stealth, the both of you guys, just to make sure that you can do this, and I will grant you advantage if you roll high enough.
11?
Disadvantage because your stealth is a disadvantage because of how jangly your armor is.
21.
Well, so it is a group stealth, so his is really, really high. So as long as you don't roll below like a 5, then we will say that he rolls high enough for the both of you.
Okay. Thank God.
Yes, all right.
Thank God.
Cool. All right, silently. Yeah, you guys move. Go ahead and do whatever you were doing. They do not hear you. They do not sense you. You guys are emerging from the shadows.
Does this allow me 2 attacks or just the one for surprise?
Roll for 2. Yeah, roll for 2.
We've established these are bad people, right? These are bad people, right? These are bad guys.
Not at all. These are just people living here. I don't trust anyone.
They're serving a bad woman right now. Oh.
I only got 1 hit with a 19.
Is that with advantage?
Oh, advantage on both?
Advantage on the first, and the second one will just be a normal attack.
Okay.
That does hit, so go ahead. I will not make you roll for damage.
Okay.
Just go ahead and tell me what you do.
I put him in a chokehold, knock him out, And then, I toss him back in the room with the other. Well, oh, shit!
What are you doing?
I bash him real good with the flat. I lop his head off.
Okay, Derek, what are you doing?
Yep, I just need a... it's 4 points of damage. I'm hitting the guy that's walking down the tunnel, and I'd like to hit him, if I can picture his lungs. Just hit one of the lungs.
So you did hit, though?
I did hit. It was a 19.
Yeah, okay.
The other were just 2s.
I'm not even going to make you roll for damage. These guys have very low health.
Yeah.
So
I feel so bad. I feel so bad.
okay, so you lob
Just give him a nod, like "Hello, neighbor."
you lob his head off, and he falls. There's a thump with that fall, and then there's a slightly smaller thump as his head hits the ground. And his companion, who was like kind of crouching and creeping down this corridor, hears it, turns around, and is like, "Oh shit! What do you do?"
Let loose an arrow, piercing one of his lungs.
Oh, there's a wheeze,
Yeah.
like a wet wheeze that accompanies this shot to the lungs. And he falls, and like it's a slow death. It is painful. Like
Exactly.
he is breathing through. Just he is failing to breathe
the
through.
kids. For the kids.
Turns out they were just taking him to Disney World this whole time.
Take a shot for the kids.
And he is wheezing, and after a agonizing several seconds, he collapses to the
The
ground.
worst kind of death.
He essentially drowns in his own blood, and he has one
study of
collapse.
blood?
Yeah. So the two of these are down. There is a light currently backlighting you. You're standing in front of the doorway. So you put that out. It is now dark in there. And yeah, you're on the other side of that. Actually, no, because you fired an arrow just around him. So
Yeah, I'm still in the middle of the dark tunnel.
Let's grab these bodies, pull them back the tunnel. If anybody sees them, they're gonna think that the people in the sheriff's office got rid of them, and we'll still remain our element of surprise.
Yes, I agree. Do we want to investigate the doors or keep moving?
It sounded like they were talking to somebody else in their door. We could go back to the first door and see if there's any light coming through. I mean, we're going to be going back that way anyway with the bodies. Each one of these doors has a peephole, so we could potentially look in each door and see if there's anything interesting.
cool. So with that, you guys drag the two bodies back to where it's a little bit darker, just to, for one, keep them shielded, and two, keep them out of the way. No one will see them, presumably, hopefully. They're light. They're like, it's like they haven't eaten in a while. And so you guys drag them back into this hallway. You walk up to the door that they had come from, and looking through it, the peephole there's a thick lens of glass that is there that still offers some protection, I guess, from any drafts or anything from the inside of this tunnel complex. And looking through it, you can see, because it's lit all on the other side, because it's day out. You don't see any people, but you see several windows, and through those windows you can see moving shadows of people. Mm-hmm. No one has entered into the house yet. Judging by the position of the hinges, it looks like the door, and you actually would have seen this when they came out, the door opens toward you guys into this corridor, not into the structures.
Can we jam the hinges with anything? Can we shove like wooden wedges up in them?
You don't have any wood on you?
The scones from the torches.
If you want to try that.
I break the bones.
Just bites. Big lizard bites.
So roll me an intelligence check, or survival. Roll me survival, because you're pretty good with that. Never mind, you're not good with that.
Motherfucker. I'm gonna
Do you
have
want to
to switch
assist with this?
No, no, actually. I see the shadows.
Yeah, you guys take turns looking
and,
through the...
Yeah, I currently do not feel worry about them.
I defer to your stealth skills.
Thank you.
Okay. You guys continuing on that?
Yeah.
All right. So with that, you continue down this corridor. There is this little offshoot to the right that just delves deeper into the mountain. It is lit with torches for maybe 10, 20, maybe 30 feet. Beyond that, you see nothing. You see just darker grays as it turns on and then kind of turns and curves deeper into this mountain. You now can hear this drips of water. It's more than drips now. It's kind of like running water of some sort. Because presumably they would need some version of fresh water if they would need to...
This is further to the right.
Yeah, down deeper
Seems-
into the mountain.
Okay.
Let's bookmark this as a possible escape route. Once you find your friend, and if we have to get the others out as well, we have a quick escape route for them.
And then same deal. You don't hear anything on the other side of this one, but you do see another door off to the left-hand side, another wall sconce off to the right. That's lit. Okay. Are you gonna walk across the door, like into?
Well, wait. So we're right before it.
Yeah, you're on the last one over. So the general store is right here. You guys are on the next to last residence.
And we can't hear anything.
You don't hear anything on that side.
What,
I don't even hear
how
report.
high are the peepholes?
Relative height, 5.5 feet, 6 feet.
If we crouch down and keep to the left wall, we stay under the peephole and nobody can see us. So we're gonna
Are
have
you
to
walking in and then in this way and then out and then?
Yep. Well, we're gonna have to leave the torch lit, but it doesn't. If somebody's looking out the peephole, they're not gonna see us.
Maybe. Roll an intelligence check.
8, so it's gonna be -1. And
Okay.
then
12.
12 total?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel safe with that? Although, because of the distance the door is away from where the intersection is, they probably will see, they probably have a view of everything beyond a certain number of feet. So even if you like crawl, they can still see the ground where it tees off there.
Oh, I see what
They would like to see you like crouching and
well, at that point,
if they are taking a look, yeah.
if there is someone on the other side.
Yeah, that's true.
If you guys want to, so through these peepholes, because there's light outside, you can see just a faint hint of light coming from where these peepholes are drilled.
so nobody's.
So you don't see anyone looking through it currently.
Oh, then let's just go and just do that. And keep going.
Easy enough. I should have said that to begin with. I didn't really think about how that would work, but yeah, that's how that would work. Like if someone was looking through it, it would be a shadow. It would be dark. Because a person would be there. So yeah, it's light. So you guys walk right past. You putting that sconce out as well?
Yes.
Okay, so you put it out. You guys are reaching the very last one then. There's a sconce off to the right-hand side still, and then it is just a straight shot to the left to where this door is to the general store.
People to the general store.
Again, it is light. There just doesn't seem to be anyone immediately looking through it.
We go and we look through the people.
Okay, so
See
you
what's
guys,
in there.
you putting that light out on the sconce out on the way there, or are you just going to leave that lit?
Put it out as we go.
Okay, so now it's completely dark behind you. You guys walk up to where that is. Roll me perceptions each.
20.
Looking through it, you both sense. First, you looking through it, you notice there is the movement of a shadow from inside this building. A single shadow, by the looks of it. You look in and you confirm, yes, it looks like it's just one person who's not necessarily looking through the hole at this instant, but there is someone inside this building.
I don't need to know the race, but can I tell the height?
With the movement of the shadow, you rolled really high. 5'5", 5'7".
Oh, okay. They are a little shorter than us. But I would not put my guard down just yet.
We want to try to draw them in the tunnel, like we did the others.
Could.
That way we don't risk noise in the actual shop. We could potentially knock on the door, grabbing their attention.
I was going to say that. I also have a hammer. I could break the door.
Your call, man. Hammer or knock?
Let's do the knock. I am going to stand back a bit, because I cannot see a thing.
Let's stand right around the corner, and as he comes in, and as soon as he takes that step, I can grab him.
Please. I have no sight.
Who's walking up to the door? You motherfucker. So there's this pause on the other side, and you hear a female voice go, well, All right, well, they did the knock.
Come on.
That was literally. I was hoping you would just
I got the knock right. I mean, fuck.
And through the peephole, very slowly, you see this shape hobble towards the doorway. There is a unlocking of a deadbolt, and the door is swung open toward you. And on the other side is this old woman. She's you thought maybe 5'5", 5'7". She's like 5'4". She's short. The oldest person that you've seen to this point, maybe 65, 70 years old, rugged, pockmarked skin. And she looks at you for like half a moment. Son of a bitch. And like at first there's like the thought that she was gonna recognize you. Like she opens the door. All right, what do you need? And she throws the door the rest of the way your direction, and her weapon, kind of already half sheathed because she thought it was someone she knew, now comes out the rest of the way and she's charging you. Roll for initiative.
But she can't see back the tunnel.
Well, there's light streaming in from behind her from the open door.
You're making me fight this old woman. I know.
She rolls a natural 1 because she's an old woman.
13.
Yeah, all right. It's higher than a natural 1, I assure you. Go ahead. She's coming toward you. Her teeth are like,
This is what I'm getting by 22.
Okay, you feel weird about this. Like you're like maybe we're killing like innocent people. Maybe there's more to this, and maybe you pull your punches. Maybe you don't swing at all. I won't judge. But she's still coming toward you, and go ahead.
I can see enough though from the light.
Yeah, the tunnel's wide enough, and the light streaming in from behind her.
Damn, that's only a 5. All I wanted to do was just unarmed strike, just try to knock her out a bit. But
wow, another natural 1.
damn,
This is embarrassing.
we're just kind of looking at each other the entire time.
Well, she's like murderous intent coming after you, and like she's an old woman, but like there is hate in her eyes and her heart, and she is coming out at you with everything she has, but she's old, and she like comes toward you, and right at her final step your direction, she stumbles just a little bit, and she starts coming, like her weapon is now like off to her side. She's trying to catch herself against the wall. It's your turn.
13.
13 plus 4, right? So that hits. Go ahead and roll for damage.
On this hit, can I just do a knockout?
You can, yes, you can.
Okay,
yeah, if you want to do that. Yeah. That knocks her out. You
just the tip of the sword touches her.
you don't swing. You're double-handed, and she like kind of staggers a little bit, bracing herself against the wall, and you just sock her. It knocks her out. She falls. You see a tooth or two fly from her
false teeth.
Yeah, whatever was remaining of her teeth.
I can't believe you. I thought we were friends. Could you?
She collapses to the ground. It's not a very heavy collapse. Like it sounds like a sack of feathers falling against a floor.
Hold up a moment. I scoop this old lady up in my arms, and I run back the hall real quick to the room where everybody is. Mm-hmm. I knock on the door real quick.
Stepping over the bodies to get to the door.
I knock on the door real quick, set her down, and run back the hall.
You hear in the distance, Destin is like, fucking, you saved this bitch? You kidding me? She's the worst of all. She's a Nazi.
Whoa. Go that far?
All right, and this building, going back into this general store, it is the most depressing general store you've ever been to. It is like the Muncie Walmart. It is the it's like a faded memory of a place that used to sell stuff. Like there's a handful.
The mall we just passed.
Yeah,
it's like Sparky's.
I don't remember.
By the range.
Oh yeah, it is. It is barren. There's a handful of stuff, mostly locally grown or locally canned. It is a very scarce, depressing assortment of items. But this is whatever was left of their general store.
Can I take any items to heal myself?
Roll me an investigation.
11?
Okay. 11 plus... Are you doing anything while you're in here?
I'm not interested.
I have advantage, but it's -1.
Okay. Yeah, it was only investigation, only advantage for like Fey, Fiend,
my
that kind of
bad,
stuff.
my bad.
With a 10, looking around the room, you don't see any healing potions. You see a couple cans of like beans and like locally grown, really embarrassingly small amounts of food. You see a employee of the month picture of the old lady that you just beat the shit out of.
He saved this.
Angel, do you need something?
I'd say I'm at 66%. I don't know what we're dealing with.
There, come to me. And I will... what's it called? I'll lay a hand and cast Cure Wounds.
I say thank you in the language of the Celestials.
It sounds beautiful. Like it's almost, there's like a song kind of quality to it when he thanks you. None of the windows in this building are boarded, so you guys are able to see a pretty fair amount of what's happening outside. People are coming and going from the saloon or the salon across the way, like repositioning guards, switching people out. It looks like a large portion of whoever was inside has come out. And they are now seemingly preparing for some sort of assault on the building that you guys had just left.
Can we see Battle Axe Bitch?
You can roll me a perception check. Whoever is... Yeah, you guys can both roll.
Okay.
13.
20...
That's good.
21.
Good enough.
You look through first. You don't see her, and then you do, and you actually see her through the window of the saloon, and it looks like she's bandaging herself up, and there's someone with her who's like helping with her wounds.
Emaciated.
Who is also emaciated. Actually, so the individual who's helping her looks like it was the bartender from before.
Okay. All right. Can we see, is there like a second level entrance to this tav?
There's windows from up top, but there's nothing that you can discern that you'd be able to enter in from the front. And probably everyone would see you in the process if you tried to.
Let's look and see if there's a back door that's not as heavily guarded.
The other side of town is structured the same way as this side was. So there's a tunnel system from behind it that the back door accesses.
So we could literally go back down 2 doors, across.
Well, when Destin had talked to you guys, he had thrown out the idea of crossing over into the residence across the road, going in through that door where that woman was that he had a good time with. And there's a door back behind, in the back of her place, that you guys can enter into the tunnel system and then go 1 door over and go in through the back. That's what Destin had said. You guys can do whatever you want, but that's what he had said.
But we have to go across the...
You'll have to cross
Streetwise anyway.
you have to cross the street no matter what.
Yeah, okay.
And the people are most heavily congregated by
on the
tavern.
opposite side of town, because everyone else is looking in the direction of either the sheriff's station or the house next to it where they had people stationed.
Let's go out the door and to the right and loop around and just see, because it sounds like everybody's on the other side, you said.
You'll still have to cross that way. You're still going to have to do a stealth check, but, I mean, no one's looking at you directly.
Are there any, like, barrels, carts, anything like that in the
You're
middle
going
of
to
the
do like a
street?
Metal Gear Solid where you're in a box and crossing the way. You guys are in the general store, so there are various crates, barrels, all kinds of stuff in the room with you.
Hop in the crate.
Someone can hop inside, someone could just kick it and it'll roll across the street.
Or hit the rug.
Very slowly and loudly.
All right.
I am comfortable with my stealth.
If you guys want to stealth across, again, it's going to be a group thing, so if he rolls high enough, it will negate.
So it'll carry.
Depending if you don't roll too badly.
So,
like it'll
so a
depend
20
on.
will carry a natty 1.
If it is a natural 20, it will carry anything besides a natural 1.
I've been playing pretty good. Maybe I should.
I did just knock out an old lady.
I just knock an old lady's head. Yeah.
I didn't kill her, though. So.
What a nice guy.
I want to take out a coin real quick out of my pocket and flip it, and I'm going to see what it lands on.
Okay. Evens or odds. Just roll any of them. It really doesn't matter. It's 50-50 the other way.
You. 4.
Okay.
Is that heads or tails?
It's tails.
We may be fucked.
What do you mean we may be fucked?
I am ready. So if you notice the coin, the head was a cobra's head.
Okay.
The tail's empty. There's nothing on the tails. I have nothing to tell you about the tails.
What's that coin?
Oh, my coin?
Yeah, what's your coin there, man?
It's a way for me to decide on a decision. This was not the best outcome, but there's not much I can do about it.
If you have some other suggestion, I'm open.
Not much else besides just stealthing through.
As my friend Bill O'Reilly once said, fuck it, we'll do it live. What could we potentially jump from the porch of the general store onto the roof?
It's too far. It's too far. It's the road between the two rows of buildings accommodates for like larger carts and like larger carriages for trading. So it's a pretty wide distance between the two rows of houses. What did you roll for?
23.
For what?
Stealth.
Oh, you are crossing?
I'm gonna do it.
14.
What is your disadvantage, motherfucker?
Well, I'm at dexterity is
Stealth though. So that's 14 on the first. What's the lower of the two?
This is why you got it.
You have good armor, man. That's the trade-off.
16.
Okay, you did good. So you guys,
We got this. Yes.
you guys, kind of keeping an eye on what's happening on the opposite side of town, where people are looking, where people are moving, what's going on. They're getting ready for some kind of attack, some kind of assault on this building. So their attention is not on you. Both of you are able to cross pretty easily. Are you going toward the building on the opposite side of town? Or directly across from you guys?
We're flanking around it, aren't we?
You guys going all the way around?
We'd be going to the right?
Yeah, it would be your right of that building. There are some windows and things on
mean,
that side if you want to try to enter in there instead of through a front door.
There's only 2 people. There's the bartender patching up.
In the saloon
battle
itself, yeah. You guys are. There's one building next to. So from where you are, one building to the right of the saloon. Are you guys heading that way, or are you cutting into like an alley between that building and the saloon, or are you going all the way around that building?
I was gonna say, do we want to go to the building that Destin said, that woman that he liked? Yeah. Do that first.
Because it's next door. That's the one that's right next door.
That's the closest distance to where you guys are.
Let's do that because we could possibly get a sneak attack on the.
Okay, you guys going right up to the front door? You're going around, like on the right side of where you guys are heading. On the right side of that building, there's no other buildings. There's like a trail that kind of delves deeper into the mountains. There's nothing else out that way. So if you wanted to go around, there is a window on that side, and it would kind of put all of the buildings in between you and the
So
people.
we're protected from the other.
They wouldn't be able to
buildings?
see you at least.
Yeah.
Pop and look at that window.
No door though.
There is a front door, but the front door is facing the center road, so everyone on that center road would be able to see you potentially. The longer that you're you're in front of that door. So if you go around to the right-hand side, you see a window. The glass that is in it is cracked and hazy. It's been here for a very long time. It's just sustained quite a bit. The curtains are currently drawn, but they're thin. It doesn't look like anything is inside of them. It doesn't look like you can see anything inside.
All right. So we can't see anything that's inside. If we go back to the front, we risk being seen from the street. Can we gently remove the window from the pane?
You can try. Are you trying just to lift it, or are you? There is a.
Is it like a solid window, or is it like set up so we can lift it and?
There is a way to lift it from the inside. You can try to lift it. There is some like a vague kind of locking mechanism on the inside. You can't tell if it's engaged or not.
Let's try to open it first and see if it's locked or not.
Go ahead, roll me strength. This is where it's at. 16 plus like 4 or something.
Yeah.
It was locked, but with just a little bit of upward pressure, it just and breaks right through this brittle locking mechanism that was currently there. You hear a very faint like ting as it collides with the wooden floor on the inside of the building. You hear no other sounds from the inside. Okay, you crawling in first, you crawling in afterwards. You guys go into this building. It is a sad sight. Everything that you've seen in this town has been super poor. This is no exception. Everything in it is not even secondhand. It's like third or fourth hand. Everything is ripped and torn and faded and sun-bleached. It looks like the room that you guys are going into is like a living room, kitchen, bathroom, everything room. And it is completely empty. You don't see anyone inside. You see a handful of somewhat vaguely personal possessions, but nothing like deeply personal. You can't really tell whose house this once was or is. But on the right-hand side, kind of behind a handful of barrels, is a door that leads deeper into the mountain, into this side of town's structure of tunnels.
There's a peephole on the door?
There is, yes.
Look through the peephole.
Yep. You look through, and on the other side, all you see is darkness. There's nothing lit. With your dark vision,
Excellent.
you see just varying shades of grays. There's no one in there that you can discern.
Okay. Go in.
Yep, I'll follow behind.
Okay, you guys move the barrels and crates aside, open the door. It fights you a little bit. It looks like it hasn't been opened in a while. But eventually it does, and as it does, there's a very loud creaking sound that comes from the opening of this door. And it kind of echoes just a little bit into the hallway. But it doesn't seem to be reciprocated by anything anywhere else. It seems like everyone is on the other side dealing with whatever they're dealing with. So you guys enter into this tunnel. Again, there's that draft, that cold draft that comes from the mountain, but you cannot see a thing. Mm-hmm. Entering in, just with the light from behind you, you can see a little bit, but once you make that left turn, you won't be able to see anything.
Okay.
Yep, I'm just going to keep a hand softly on your back.
Proceed down the hallway to the door of the boutique.
You guys go down through the darkness. You see fine, you not so much, but it's not very far because it's the very next door over. You guys go over, you see very faintly light from the saloon coming in through that peephole. This structure is larger than the others, so the light has to go further and go through a lot more before it reaches this, so it's not as bright as some of the other ones you've seen, but it doesn't seem like anyone is in front of it.
So what about Melissa and the bartender? Are they no longer in there?
If you look through the peephole, you can see that both of them are it looks like they're finishing up whatever dressing of her wounds they were doing, and the two of them together are starting to head out through that front door.
Excellent. So we wait until they completely head out, and then is there anything that we can put on? Well, the hinges aren't a big issue, it sounds like. So just right in.
I'd agree. If we can wait for everybody to leave, gives us more time to investigate.
And then your friend's up on the second floor, so we can go and
Hopefully.
God's willing.
You guys trying the door then? Once they leave, a couple of seconds pass, they leave out the front door. You guys try it. It is unlocked. It's like they didn't really think that anyone was going to come in through this back way. Why would they? So the door is unlocked. In the little hallway that you guys traverse to get to this back door, there's various crates of grains and alcohols. It's like they keep it here to keep it naturally cooler than elsewhere. So they come in and out of this door pretty frequently. So they keep it unlocked. You guys open the door. It doesn't even creak. It's very frequently used. So you guys enter into the back end of this saloon. And as soon as you do, both of you hear the faint sound of someone pacing from upstairs and scratching at something. Very, very faint.
You lead, I'll follow. You'll know him to see him. I've got your back.
Now with the light, I will slowly continue up the stairs, passing this.
Sorry, I didn't mean didn't mean to do that.
Wait, Yakshi, before we proceed, I noticed whenever we were leaving the room with the townsfolk, you seemed slightly tense. I noticed that your claws were going into your hand, and there was blood from your hand. Now that we're away from them, would you mind telling me what's going on?
I used to be a warrior for the Myocinid Kingdom. That is why the princess trusts me so much. My people, personally, lizardfolk, we had a horrible vengeance against us by a fat dwarf who used to work for us. The princess told me to approach this Felschwin to help with our efforts in taking down this madman dwarf. It is a shame. I used to work with him for many years, and then he turned against us.
Was it by black magics or greed?
Anything that he could get. He would take us lizard folk himself. Not me personally. I was too high up in the ranking of the army. But the lower lizard folk he would take. Let his enemies slaughter them as he walked away, whistling.
Was this item that you seek at one time his?
As far as I know, it was not.
So this item is a means to defeat him.
Exactly. By any means necessary.
What if this item causes this, what has happened at this village, to happen at your own?
I do not plan to fight him in the kingdom. I will meet him personally, one by one, and finish it.
What if this item is not necessary? You seem a great warrior, but can you risk this evil that's fallen upon this town, falling upon your people?
Unfortunately, there are no more other people besides my children in the kingdom and the lonely egg in my backpack. That is it.
I trust your need for vengeance, but let me caution you. The demons and some of the artifacts of this world seek not to aid you, but to trap you. They seek to take your very soul and give you what you think you want most, and it is not.
I understand, however, I have done what I can as a mere lizard folk. I need more help.
At this point, I throw back my hood and I pull out the bloody bundle from my pack, and I slowly unwrap it. And it's revealed to be an ornate sword with blue gems, gold in the pommel, and it shines a brilliant light. And I say, this used to be the sword of a paladin, of a kingdom far away. His kingdom was burned to the ground by demons. There was nothing he could do but watch. So he struck out on another path, the path of the Blood Hunter, to slay any and all demons that came in his path. Allow that Blood Hunter to help you now. I wrap up the sword and put it back in my pack.
Angel, you deserve far better than this.
This is my path. While out with my teacher, Legion, we discovered that possibly the identity of one of the demons that destroyed my kingdom was somehow tied to this land. And that's why I warn you now that I believe that something unholy is afoot here. I felt its presence a night ago, whenever the earth shook. I do not want to see you and your children fall to the influence of this demon for the sake of vengeance. Let us save these people. Let us save these people, and I will come with you, and we will serve justice to this dwarf.
Thank you. I will help you with this church.
And I go. I offer my hand, and we clasp hands.
And as you pull away, there is small amounts of blood that stain the palm of your hand.
With the hand that I cut earlier, That's what I shake your hand with. So our blood commingles.
And I will start to go upstairs.
Okay. So you guys head up these stairs, each one creaking almost in protest on your way up. You hear louder and louder the sounds of pacing, scratching, muttering, whispering, this... and as you reach the top, it becomes very clear that the second door on the right-hand side is the one where that's where all this noise is coming from. You just hear muttering.
Can I use my divinity sense on this?
Yep,
on
go
this
ahead
being?
and spend another one. You do not notice anything. No fae, no fiends, no celestials, no demons.
So go actions.
This one is under...
Channel villain.
oh, yeah.
Divinity,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
Yeah, cool.
So, I don't sense anything that shouldn't be there. I sense strictly things from the material plane in this room. So it's a good chance that your friend may be inside.
Just scratching, scraping coming from the other side of the door.
That sounds like the freakish behavior they were talking about earlier. That dwarf. And I'll slowly knock.
You knock on it, and there's a very long stretching pause. And then the scratching resumes. No one answers the door.
The other dwarf said that he enjoyed drinking with him. Wait, do you speak Dwarvish?
I do.
You could try saying something in Dwarvish, see if you get an answer.
I'm just gonna quietly call out,
Valschwin. Valschwin, I'm here.
He who waits the ender, the elder, mentored by the dark god, the anathema, the father of elder evils, the author of wickedness, he of eternal darkness, the eater of worlds. He who waits, he who waits, he who waits.
That's a demon chant.
You just hear whispering from the other side.
he still doesn't come?
No one comes to the door.
Valschwin, I am here.
The scratching continues. It's as if he's scratching harder now. He's trying to drown out anything from the external world, just scratching, scraping.
Let's try to see if the door's locked.
You try it, it is. The door is locked.
Maybe we do try a drink.
Can I rush down, just grab any bottle?
You rush down, it's a lot of garbage. You look like something that probably should contain alcohol. There's a bottle that's down there, several bottles of some clear, kind of brackish liquid. It looks like it's the predominant of whatever they sell. You rush it back upstairs. It definitely smells alcoholic.
Valschwin, I have a drink. Knock, knock.
The scratching continues. Any of his old vices, any of his old life, he's ignoring. He's scratching away.
Let's check the other rooms, make sure that they're abandoned before we try to bust in a door.
So you go through each of the rooms. It looks like it's been a very, very long time since any of them have been occupied by anybody. They're old. Some of the floorboards are rotting through. The beds look infested with something or other. Mildew infested. They look awful, but it looks like no one has stayed in any of these other rooms for quite some time.
Let's bust it down.
I really did not want to, but
Do you want to try and pick it? How do you feel? How are you with locks?
Right around this time, you guys start to hear yelling coming from outside. Yelling, screaming, fighting.
They're starting to attack the villagers. You deal with Falschwin. I'll go and assist the villagers.
Okay. I'm gonna start trying to lockpick the door.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Are you proficient with lockpicking?
I don't think I am.
Do you have a lockpicking kit?
Yes. Thieves'
You
tools.
do. Okay, so are you proficient in Thieves' Tools? Add your dex and your proficiency modifier. Just plus
23.
Oh,
I rolled an 18 by itself.
It's a really old lock. You're able to pick it like it's nothing. It falls away as you hear him like running, bolting down these steps. The door creaks open. We'll start with you, and then we'll kind of jump back and forth.
I just want to take a look at what he's doing. Like, what's going on that he cannot answer the door?
The room is dark.
So I can't see anything.
Oh wow.
There is natural lighting. There's windows, but the curtains have been drawn shut. There's light coming in from the hallway behind you that's kind of illuminating things. It's dark. Like, it's a dark room. All around you see the dark of the wood, of the walls, the ceiling, the floor, but in them has been scratched words over and over and over again. And in the corner of this room is a halfling. And he is just going to town, scratching with his fingernails against the wood, carving something, writing something. And as the door opens behind him, he stops. And his head turns. He turns to face you, and you see a halfling, but his eyes are sunken, they're hollow, it looks like he hasn't eaten. It looks like something is haunting him, and he turns to face you, and he smiles.
I don't. I'm barely holding on to the alcohol. I'm very confused. Falschwin, hello, I got your letter. Yoski. Can I help you?
You're him.
Parent.
I was waiting on you. Yes, that was a life ago. That was so long ago. Another life, another person. I was he was me, but I am not him any longer.
Do you need this right now?
I am beyond such carnal pleasures. No, And he looks around the room and his handiwork, and looking around with this door open and kind of a little bit of light streaming in, you see the same thing written over and over and over again in every square inch of this room. He who waits, he who waits, he who waits, everywhere, over and over and over again. And as he turns fully now to face you, you see that it's not just his fingernails now that he's been scratching at these walls with. He's torn them away. And he's scraped his fingers down to the bone. The scratching that you've been hearing has been bone against wood. And even the blood now has dried and settled along the floor, along his hands, along the walls. And you see he who waits over and over and over again.
I see you have been busy for a while.
My eyes have been opened.
With your open eyes, can you tell me what I am looking for?
You're not here for any of
I'm
this.
not. I'm just like, fuck.
That's good. TJ, can you leave?
Oh no!
I'll call you back when the time comes.
Get the fuck out of here!
I want to hear that door close. You're Toshi? Yakshi. And you were here to collect something for, what is his name? The god I once worshipped.
I look down. Mershulk.
Mershulk. He is small potatoes compared to whatever gave birth to this, whatever created this. I don't have it, if that's what you want to know. I left it there, in the temple. I touched it, I felt it, and it gave to me the secrets of the universe. It expanded my horizons. It made me realize how pointless it all is. What we worship, This god, he who waits, the Ender, the Elder Elemental Eye, the Dark God, the Anathema, the Father of Elder Evils, the Author of Wickedness, he of Eternal Darkness, he who waits, he who waits, he who waits. He is stronger, far more than our God, what used to be my God, far more than whatever is here now. It was his temple. I thought myself worthy to tread upon its surfaces. I know now the truth. You should leave. You should go.
Felishin, you are smaller than I thought you'd be.
Small. Everything is small in the face of everything.
No. Not just body, but mind. You seem to be somewhat useless. This temple, the temple here, or temple somewhere else?
Right outside of town. It's what started this whole thing. I touched it. I touched the orb. And it opened something. A doorway. A doorway to other worlds. And through it came light and dark fighting. That's what temples are, right? The old ones. They're just doorways. You know, we used to laugh at the people who went to them and prayed to the gods, but they were right on their doorstep. And I opened the door. When I touched the orb, something came through. Two somethings. They fought. And she won. But she does not worship him. He who waits. He who waits.
So you caused this. You really are not much hope. Felshwin, I don't think you understand. I am going to be a Vral Olo. I am going to be a favored one. You may not see it, but it's going to happen once I get that artifact.
The favored one of whom?
Mershulk. I do not care how small.
Imagine being the favorite of someone who is weak. What does it matter? I could be the least favorite of him. And even in that weakened state, the bottom of the barrel for him, I would be more than anything you would ever be. Wake up. Touch the orb. Or leave. I've seen the birth of the universe, its death. It's beautiful, it's terrifying.
Moments away from lashing out and biting him, my teeth are snarling. Blood drips on the floor as I walk out the door and close it.
Okay. TJ! I think he heard me. I hear her running.
I heard it, yeah. Oh, just you wait.
You go bolting through the saloon. Through the windows, you can see where several people are being struck outside of this building through the little holes that you guys had seen when you were inside of the sheriff's office. Some other people are taking cover, and there are flaming arrows that are now flying into the inside of this building. It doesn't look like anyone on the inside, maybe, has taken any damage yet. A couple of the attackers have, but there's quite a few of them.
How many is quite a few?
One looks like they're being dragged away, having just taken an arrow to the upper thigh. 9 that are in fighting shape right now.
All right. Let's do it live. They're little grannies. They're little old grannies.
Some of them are.
So I'm going to systematically target the weakest ones first.
Okay.
Now I got to roll for initiative.
Well, are you running outside?
I'm running outside.
Are you being stealthy at all?
Do I see the woman with the battle axe?
At this moment, no.
All right, so that was my deciding factor. If I didn't see the woman with the battle axe, where, like, on the street map, do you still have the street map?
So you are right here. The building where everything is happening is here. You see several people out in the road. The one they had just dragged away, they had tucked back into this alleyway here. You see several other people kind of out in the road, taking cover behind like different overturned carts, crates, barrels, wide variety of things. You hear like a scream, which among the various screams that you've been hearing from that building this entire time, this one sounds more human, I guess, or more...
Does it sound young? Does it sound like
It doesn't sound like a child.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like a child. It sounds like an
Say they're
adult
not
who
fucking
is being
married.
currently pulled out of this building, pulled out of the church. And actually, from this distance, because you are close enough, you can see written on its walls, scrawled in blood, first in Infernal and again in Common. Do you read Infernal?
I have Abyssal.
Okay. I'm going to say that you know enough of Infernal because you've kind of had contact with that. Infernal is more like devils. Abyssal is more like demons.
Okay.
And written in Infernal, you see Bel be praised, written in Infernal, and then again in Common underneath it.
Okay.
And you know Bel to be one of the dark princes of the 9 layers of hell.
Is Bel one of the ones that I believe is responsible for the destruction of my kingdom?
Roll me either a wisdom or a intelligence. Probably wisdom.
We're
would
gonna
be
go
much
with
higher.
wisdom. We're gonna
Yeah.
go with wisdom. 10.
Okay. So that, the whole evening, the whole event of your kingdom, your people, your tribe, your order being attacked, it kind of all runs together. It was severely traumatizing. But you remember 2 things occurring that really jumped out at you. The first is there was a combination of both demons and devils in the attacking force, which there has been a very, very, very long conflict between devils and demons. They do not get along. So the fact that they would get together to gang up on your order is probably one of the most historical events in recent history. And the other thing that you remember is among the many devil leaders who had attacked this place, many of which bearing totems for Bel, there was a up-and-coming female leader, one who you remember slaughtering a former master of yours and ordering a barrage of higher-powered spells that ended up collapsing one of the buildings you were kind of tucked away in. And it was one of the last things you remember. The rest of it kind of comes in vague recollections and scattered memories. Maybe more will come to you in the future, but that's what you remember.
All my gut is telling me, go to the church. Go to the church. Take care of this. This is why you're here. But the old paladin in me can't stand by watching these people get assailed. So I step forward from the porch of the tavern.
You do feel that same tug that you've been feeling this whole time, not toward this conflict, not even towards the church. You feel it towards something deeper in the mountains, in the direction of where this tear had happened in the earth.
I hesitate on drawing my sword. Anger seizes me. The same anger that I feel every time that this presence calls to me. I'm bitter towards the presence. I haven't renounced it, but that doesn't make me any less angry at it. And almost in defiance, I finish drawing my blade and I whisper to myself, I will not leave these people undefended. And I step forward and I start sneaking around the corner of the building to the first attacker.
Roll for stealth. With disadvantage.
5.
Oh, you won't even have to roll again to see if you get a natural 1.
Let's see. 5 again, hey. I'm going to have to switch to my other day.
Just a couple steps out, you draw the attention of one of the closer bowmen, the one who was firing some of the fire arrows, into the building, and they immediately turn to you, and they yell out, Hey, we got one over here! Several of them turn to face you. Go ahead and roll for initiative.
12.
Yeah, I have a question when we get to me, but I can wait.
Holy shit! How many people am I fighting?
There's 9 that you can see.
Okay. All right. This is gonna be an epic win.
As that is yelled out immediately, and it's funny because she rolled a natural 20. She was the very last roll. Emerging from the closest alleyway to you, all bandaged up, looking much better than the last time you had faced her because of magic, potions, whatever it may be, is the battle axe wielding woman that you had seen before. She runs your direction. She's right in that alleyway, so she's fairly close to you, within 30 feet after she turns around that corner, and she's going to take a swing at you with the battle axe.
Alright.
She rolls a 21 to hit.
Oh,
Fuck. 16, okay.
I thought it was a...
6, 7, 8 points of damage. She comes and just strikes you. You barely saw her out of the corner of your eye.
Hellish rebuke.
Hellish rebuke. She rolls a natural 2, so even with her +2 dexterity, that is a 4, so she fails.
Oh, big 14.
She immediately bursts into flames. Unlike the previous guy who had taken off from you after he had been set ablaze, she stays within relative distance. She doesn't ignite. It doesn't kill her, but it did a serious amount of damage to her. Any health that she had been restored since the last time you saw her has been taken away.
Okay.
And then some. So she is in bad shape. The bowman who had initially shouted to you, the one who had shot the fire arrow, is going to turn to you and shoot a fire arrow your direction. Oh no! That was a 17 before it rolled that way. That is an 18 to hit.
I have 16, yep.
That is 7 points of damage. As this flaming arrow comes flying into you. Next up, there is a guy who is slightly closer to the building. It looks like he's in the process of trying to wedge off one of the wooden boards that are along one of the windows. He looks over at you and then looks back to the window, trying to continue to force it open. There is another bowman. I'll mark off the ones who are currently attacking you. So she was tucked away in one of these alleys. Yep. She had come out to meet you. You're like right in this doorway, essentially.
Okay.
She had attacked you. The guy with the arrow had attacked you. He didn't need to move at all. There's 2 on this side. There's kind of 2 on the front, and there's 1 back on this side who you wouldn't see. And there's actually another one tucked in this way.
So 10 including the woman with the battle axe.
There's 10 of them total,
okay.
Yep.
Okay.
One of the ones who is on the other side of the street, he's going to start coming your way. He about halves the distance to you. Same deal, pulls out a bow, fires it out your direction. 15 to hit?
No.
Does not hit. It misses you, flies through, shatters the window on the way into the saloon and enters inside. At that time, you were heading down the stairs, having just finished your conversation. You see the window shatter as an arrow embeds itself into the wall on the inside of the saloon.
Okay.
And you see your companion just right in the doorway, just taking different hits. He's locked into combat with the lady with the battle axe you had seen earlier. There's a flaming arrow that was just embedded in him that he's kind of pulled free from himself.
I'm going for, I want to do 2 shots against the woman.
Okay, yep, go ahead. I'll put you into initiative order. I actually didn't have you roll before, but we'll put you in there.
It's just 11. Then my second one, even less, 10.
Yeah, so you're firing through this now shattered window. In every direction now, you see arrows just whizzing. The rest of them are going to hold their positions. They're in either strategic locations or whatever. So back up to you.
Can I reach any of the bowmen from where I'm at?
You can reach the one who is in front, the one who was previously shooting at you.
Yep.
She will get an opportunity attack on you.
Okay.
As you leave her space within 5 feet.
Can I step back through the door and then do lay hands on myself?
Are you stepping back further than 5 feet?
I'm opening the door, slamming it shut, and laying hands on myself, and I'm going to use the door to funnel them to me.
You can do that. She still will get that opportunity attack on you.
Okay.
So if you want to jeopardize that.
Yeah, I'm going to do the lay hands on myself.
Let me roll for hit first. She rolled a 14.
Doesn't hit.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead and whatever you're laying on hands to restore. So now we got like a Red Dead Redemption kind of call to arms thing where you guys are in the saloon and...
I just hide my hand.
I want to do all of them.
So you tuck back into this doorway. Are you bracing those doors then, so she can't come through them?
I toss, like, are there barrels or anything that are around?
Yeah, we can say that you do that as a bonus action, where you grab one of the nearby barrels and you kind of push that against the Batwing doors. It is her turn. She is going to follow you into the building, but seeing that those windows, that the doors are closed, she's going to climb in through the shattered window.
Okay.
It's difficult terrain, but it's not a very large distance. She'd still be able to reach you, kind of crawling through the window or jumping through it and getting to you. So she's going to still jump in through. 13 to hit is nothing. And so she's going to swing at you. She actually misses you and cleaves a table into two. And the bowman, the one who had previously shot you with a flaming arrow, is going to run out into the street to this location just to get a better view into this door, and she had actually jumped in through this window, so she's now in there with you.
Okay.
And he's going to fire in at you, Derek.
Okay.
Natural 1.
Hit.
So as he is pulling his string back, you actually hear a snap as the string breaks under tension. These weapons are not in very good condition. And you just hear like, fuck, he's actually going to take 1 point of damage as it snaps back into his hand.
Kills him instantly.
Yeah, he immediately dies. He is going to use the rest of his movement speed and a bonus action to throw down his bow. He's going to pull out a scimitar, like a very old scimitar, and he's going to get all the way to where the doorway, or where the door is. He doesn't know that that the door is closed or that it's closed shut. So he's going to run up to the door, try to force it open, and he's unable to because the barrel is in the way. And that ends his turn. Seeing what is happening here, and they're kind of all yelling and communicating with one another. The one who was previously out here is also going to move out to this side, and the one who is here is going to move. So you have several more kind of coming up onto the front of this building now. So in addition to the woman who was outside, there was one at the door and 2 of them outside with their bows drawn. The one with his bow drawn, seeing you, is going to take a shot. He rolls a 13.
No.
It flies past you, embedding itself into the wall, almost right next to where the previous arrow had been. This one was on fire, though, so the saloon, just the wood, the old wood that is dried out over decades and decades, starts to kind of take fire. Not really much. It looks like it could potentially spread. Meanwhile, the rest of them here who are around the sheriff's office kind of back up. This one here, you hear like a yell as he collapses to the ground holding his chest. It looks like a lance or something that had been driven through, or a sword that had taken him in the chest. The rest of them back up and instead do what their initial strategy was pulling out flaming arrows, and they're now shooting them into the building or onto the building to try to set it on fire.
They've tried that tactic before we were there, right? That's what they told us. They've been trying that tactic, and it hasn't worked.
They've been vaguely trying. It hasn't been as organized as this.
Okay.
That is the rest of them doing everything. It is up to you again.
I step forward, my hand billowing smoke, inflict wounds.
Go ahead and roll to hit. Oh,
19!
yeah. Roll 3d10 and make sure to mark off inflict wounds on your spell list as well.
That's insane.
I think that leaves you 1 spell remaining.
Yeah, correct. I don't know what she's got. I'm not playing around with her. 5, 4, 9.
That's enough. So, similar to what had happened the night prior, her skin curdles, falls away, and you kind of grab her on the opposite side of where she was favoring her left leg. Like, she's not favoring that side anymore. And she just, you shouldn't have meddled. You shouldn't have. She just stops as this necrotic damage reaches her vital organs, and she just fades, collapses, the battle axe embedding itself into the floor.
You should have let us leave.
Onto you.
This fire is unfortunate. I'd like to get some shots off, but I am going to, if I have to crawl a bit to avoid the bowman, I'd like to go up to Angel and yet again cure wounds.
You're the man. You're the man.
I like that you guys can both do healing spells. That's so
was my
convenient
go-to.
with 2 players. That's like perfect.
Dude, whenever I make a character, you have to have a healing spell. That is 10 points.
I'm feeling juicy.
I can't make any attacks, so if I can find anywhere to hide that isn't on fire, so I can immediately get hit by a bowman.
Go ahead and roll for stealth.
10.
He sees you retreat to this new location. It's actually behind the bar. So just literally imagine when we did
it's
Blackwater.
perfect, Yeah. I just didn't want to get hit by the fire.
And but the fire in the back of the room is spreading along the wall. So it's still far enough away from you, but it is going to claim this building eventually. It's reached the point where it's not going to be. You can't just throw water on it. This
right.
building's far too dried out.
Yeah, in my head, try to get a few shots off, and then we got dark.
So we are on to one of the bowmen. You currently have half cover, and seeing that, he's going to switch over to you because he just saw you fuck up like essentially what.
Shrivel up.
Shrivel up what used to be maybe the captain of their guard or whoever she was. That is a 13 to hit. So he fires after you. This is the same guy who would launch the fire arrow from before. It misses you, and it lands actually directly behind the bar near where a bunch of alcohol has been lined up along the... There's another bowman from outside. He rolls a 16 to hit, still shooting at you.
16 hits.
16 does hit?
If I have a
meets
16
it, meets it. Yep. 6 points of damage.
Okay.
This arrow... So it's 5 points of regular damage, 1 point of fire damage. As soon as it hits you, it burns you, singes you a little bit, but it doesn't hold at all. It doesn't ignite anything that you're wearing, but it was also on fire. Meanwhile, you guys see from this other building more and more of these fire arrows. There's the 3 coming from immediately in front of the building. You can see them from where you're situated.
Are they shooting at them?
They're shooting into this building,
Okay.
yeah. And then you can see the 3 that are immediately out in the road, and then you can see 3 more volleys that are coming across into this building from sources you can't see from where you are. So there's 6 of them still attacking that.
Whose turn is it now?
You.
Yoski, back into the tunnels. We gotta get out of here. I dive back into like the tunnels between the buildings. And then I'm waiting for Yoshi, and I have I'm at the ready in case anybody comes back.
So it is this wall that's starting to take fire. You feel the heat as you're running back to where this door is located, which is right around this area.
Nobody's in there with us, right?
No, it was just her. You run in, you open the door, it's easy enough to open, you had opened it once already. You feel the heat on your right side as you're running in, but there's nothing crazy. It's your turn next, are you following?
Yep, I'm falling behind.
Okay, you follow in, and as you are entering into this tunnel, you hear behind you this whoosh of an explosion as the fire meets with the alcohol and just spreads along the inside of the building. And the whole thing immediately erupts into flames. You can feel the heat at your back as you close the door, shutting it off from you. You can still hear arrows, the thwipping of arrows outside. You can still hear yelling, orders being shouted back to back. But no one is following you into this area. They don't even know for sure that you had survived. So that's where you guys are currently. You don't know what's happening outside. They are taking their turns. They are doing different things, but you cannot see them and they cannot see you.
It's dark back in this tunnel, right?
Yes, and we will leave initiative, but just keep in mind that there are still things happening out there, so just be cognizant of the time that you're spending in places.
How was your encounter with... Oh, I keep forgetting his name. Fashwin.
Felshwin was useless. The artifact is in the church.
Did he say what the artifact was?
Not that I can remember. I feel like I will notice once I see it.
What was he doing in the state of mind that he was in? What had happened to him?
He was writing on the walls.
What did he write? I need to know what we're up against.
He is here?
He who waits. It's like a moniker, a title of someone.
He who waits.
Does that ring anything in my religious database, demon database?
Go ahead and roll a religion check. Now this is something that you're really good at, but this is obscure knowledge.
I have advantage 10, 11.
Good. This is like an Ian thing. Because this is what ties into our campaign. So there are the gods that are still worshipped and known and prayed to today. And then there's an older variety of gods. And it somewhat rings a distant bell in your head of something that maybe you had heard or learned in your paladin training. But there's a lot of gods out there.
Alright. What about his appearance? His eyes. What did his eyes look like?
The halfling, yes, sunken in. There is something deep on his mind.
Did he appear present? Or was he no longer in his body?
I wish I could tell you this was the first time I've ever seen him. Maybe he gets more sober as he drinks. I do not know.
What do you think? We can maintain the element of surprise if we go down and we can still help the villagers. Or we could get to the root of this and finish it all. The assault has lost their general. The one who was in charge, Millicent, with the battle axe, is no more. She's a prune.
She's
Yes.
a prune.
I believe eventually we should take care of the bowmen. For now, they may be safe with these swords, but do we approach the church or whatever your heart is telling you?
And you guys are both tucked right in here on the other side of this door.
We don't know where this goes.
That goes off deeper into the mountain, same as how this side was.
So we're back behind, well, we're in the tunnel.
Yeah. Yep.
Is there a way out of the tunnel? Do we know if there's a way out of the tunnel onto the path?
It does something similar to the other one, where there's an entrance here, but the only way back out is through this door and out the window you guys had previously come in this house.
Which one's the church at?
The church is up here, and then the whatever it is
are
up that road.
Close to either one.
So we know the majority of the bowmen are clustered in front of us. Down in front of the sheriffs, though, there were at least two that I saw firing flaming
least three.
arrows. At least three, okay.
Yeah, 3 people you've seen, and then you've seen 3 volleys. So there's 6 of them total, still from over there. And then there's 3 outside of where you guys are. Or, yeah, 3. Because you guys only ended up killing 1, just Millicent.
At this point, they think we're dead. We just can't leave the villagers to fend for themselves. If we can turn the tide, the villagers said they would join us.
So for the sake of this conversation, too, things are still happening outside that you guys do not see.
Alright, we rush down to this last house.
Okay.
Guns blazing.
You guys do that. You run all the way down to the end. There's no light in this side of the hallway, so you have to be holding on to his shoulder or his back or whatever to be able to navigate it all. You reach the ending here. There's a door at the end. You can see light through the through the peephole.
The peel.
Well, I burped halfway through there, so.
Don't touch my peel!
The door does not immediately give way to you. It seems like this one is locked. It's like to a residential,
Oh, yeah.
to a house.
This one at the end?
Yeah.
I kick it in.
Roll for strength.
15 to...
Oh, that's enough. The door is really old. You kick it almost completely off its hinges, certainly off of where it was locked. And no one seems to have noticed through the combat. And actually, as soon as this door opens, you get a look through the windows and the front door of this house directly to where the sheriff's station is, which is almost fully ablaze at this point. And the front door has been thrown open, kicked open. And Destin and the dwarf that you guys had met previously are fighting everyone in melee as they can, but there's people out there waiting on them. So it looks like they've already taken a couple hits on their way out. Everyone else is still inside, or maybe tucked away back further into the mountain. You don't know, but no one else is in fighting shape besides the 2 of them.
So we have 1 here, 3 here.
Yes. Yep. So 3 here. You got 1 here, 1 here, and actually this guy here is collapsed completely now. He's the one who had taken the shot to the gut or the torso from that lance.
As soon as I reach a window or something, I'm immediately taking shots towards the sheriff's office.
Go ahead and roll with advantage because they do not know that you were there. What are you doing?
I'm getting the guy that's closest to us. pull
Okay.
out the sword.
Same deal with you. I do want you to roll me stealth first because you have to jump out this window in order to reach him. You're just shooting out that window, so you don't really have to be as stealthy.
16.
Disadvantage because it's stealth.
How many shots do I get? 1, 2.
You have multi-attack, right? So you have 2.
Plus 0. Was
Okay.
advantage.
Roll again.
Oh, that's right, so I
It's
got-
lower the 2. Yep.
3.
He does see you, so you
Trip and stumble out the window.
do not have advantage when you attack him. Just
Okay.
attack him straight
Okay.
out. So roll just regularly. Oh no! So he hears you coming out this door or window or whatever you use to enter back into the street, and he turns to you as you're swinging at him, and he's able to step back pretty easily. He had a bow, and you would actually cleave that out of his hands as you had swung, but he's able to pull it, his melee weapon free.
19 to hit first, and then
Okay.
20 second.
Both hit. Are you aiming at the same target?
2 different targets.
Okay.
First shot is 8 points. Second
Okay.
shot is 10 points.
Where are you aiming on these people?
I'm just gonna go center mass again. I
Mm-hmm.
want to take however many out from the sheriff's office as I can. Protect the people inside.
Okay, so the one for you looking out this direction, the one to your furthest right, you do 8 points of damage. You kind of hit him in the hip, and he actually turns to face you, no longer focusing on the front of this building. The second guy, you hit him at the base of the spine, which actually sends him to the ground. Doesn't kill him, but it seems like maybe he's going to have a hard time getting back up. And he was actually engaged with Destin and the deputy dwarf who had come out and were fighting. So those guys will do X's.
And I know they see me, but I'm immediately gonna try to hide somewhere just for a little bit of cover, if it's
Do
possible.
you have... I know rogues have the option to hide as a bonus action. I don't think you do.
Oh, that's fine then.
So you're there. They know that you're there. You're standing right in the window. You took a swing at your guy. You took out his bow, but he still has his weapon out. He's going to take a swing back at you. With melee, he rolls a 14 to hit.
Nope.
Same deal. He's swinging at you. He's still like kind of reeling because you almost came out of nowhere. And the two guys who were locked into combat with Destin and the dwarf, they're kind of locked in. They're trading blows. You see them taking damage on both sides with that whole fight. And meanwhile, there is a further guy off to your left-hand side. This guy here, who is the bartender that you had seen
Okay.
before, the one who had wrapped up.
He's still there.
Yeah, he comes out. He has a bow drawn. He's not very good with it, and he actually fires a shot off in their direction, completely misses, just sticking into the wall of the building, throws that down and pulls out a meat cleaver. And he's going to start heading that direction too. So with his movement speed, there is now 3 of them to the 2 of the defenders. The one who had first taken the shot from the hip from you, he's going to turn and take a shot back, which doesn't matter. He kind of collapses down, spins around on the side, fires up at you. He rolls a 5 + 1, so...
All right, that's only a 5 and then a 19. So second shot, after he takes a shot, pinpoint right on him.
Yep. First shot misses. It sticks in the ground beneath his feet. He looks down. Roll for damage on the second one, by the way.
5.
Okay. He looks down at the arrow at his feet and kind of like laughs a little bit. Looks up at you just in enough time to catch an arrow into the throat. And he collapses onto the ground just like choking on his own blood. He is out of the fight. So that is this guy.
Go.
It is onto you.
I swing again at the guy that's close to me.
Go for it.
Are you kidding me?
He rolls a 20.
Hits me.
19 + 1. All right. He does 7 points of damage to you. You guys are locked in. You don't seem to be able to get any shots off on him, but he's doing pretty well for himself.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the 3 and the 2 are, going back and forth. Destin falls. You don't know if it was, if he's critically wounded, mortally wounded. You don't know what's going on. The dwarf, the deputy, steps in front, and you see now he is wearing the star from the sheriff. The one that the sheriff was previously wearing, he is now wearing. And it seems to like instill him with this newfound confidence. And he is stepping in and he actually downs the closest one to him. So there is the bartender who just took down Destin with his meat cleaver, and then this other guy. So now it's 2 on 2. Well, 2 on 1, I guess, because Destin is down. Back to you.
After seeing the dwarf pick up the sheriff's badge,
Yeah, it's like glimmering in the sun.
actually, my hands kind of fall still for a second, and I watch him for a second. As he's still fighting, I pull my bow up and take 2 more shots at whoever's still remaining.
At him?
At him, no.
Okay.
No, I am happy with what I've seen.
This one's back is to you. I will allow you to roll with advantage on the first.
Okay. Oops. First was lame anyway. Jesus. Oh, so the first was a 3 and then an 8.
Okay, yeah, another one hits.
Second was a nat 20.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Add it all and then double it.
Oh no, it was just that. Never mind. 14.
Okay.
Seven.
You strike him in the back of the skull. It protrudes out through the front, and there is a spray of blood. And the dwarf, just freshly turning from his most recent kill, just gets a face full of blood as this guy collapses. Now it's 1-on-1.
As if he turns around,
He's like facing you, yeah, because the
give him
guy
a
had just
nod.
fallen. And he nods back.
I'm pissed at this point. Like I'm seething. I'm ready. I'm ready to finish this guy off. 16.
Yes!
Let's go.
That misses.
Let's go.
That hits.
7.
7, 12, 13, 14? That misses you. You have 16.
No.
He takes a swing at you, and you duck. And as you're ducking with your upward momentum, you take him out at the leg, like at the shin almost, tearing through skin and muscle and bone, just lobbing the leg off completely. He's like screaming. He falls to the ground. He's still alive. He's bleeding pretty badly at the moment, but he is alive. Meanwhile, 1-on-1, the bartender fighting this dwarf deputy. Ooh, they're just locked into it. I'm gonna call him the butcher now. The butcher takes a step back, actually throws the butcher knife up in the air and chucks it at the dwarf. The dwarf just barely is able to miss it. It skins him just along the side and just flies into the burning building. He tackles the butcher, the bartender, and they both just go onto the ground flailing and just this writhing mass of limbs and kicking and screaming and punching, and it is brutal.
I'm kind of nervous about taking any shots right now. Do I have movement speed to make it to this butcher?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do that, and if I can, bite him.
Okay. You cross the street, go ahead and roll a hit. Don't roll a natural 1. You'll bite the wrong guy.
Oh.
You rolled a natural 1?
No.
Did he actually?
No.
Oh, no, it wasn't that one. All right. And then the second one is a 14.
Just roll for the first.
Oh no. Oh, it's a 1d6. 1 point.
Slow nip.
You,
What hits on the second?
because he was really low on HP.
You do whatever you need to do.
You go to bite into this turning, tumultuous fight. You bite the wrong guy. And you bite hard. And you hear this scream that is cut short. And you pull away out of this just mass. You don't know what you're biting at, but you feel confident. The dwarf, the deputy, stays still. And you rolled a 14 on the other one?
Yeah, the other
The second hit?
Yeah.
The butcher, the bartender, starts to stand up, almost like amazed, like what is happening? And before he's really able to collect himself, you take a bite out of him as well. And he rolled for damage on the second, because he was still in pretty good shape.
6.
He wasn't. He's not in that good of a shape. He collapses over the first.
I'm gonna say I go in eyes closed. I take 2 bites, just full of adrenaline, and as the deputy's standing there, I go even paler, and I'm
Watch him.
standing there.
I'm finishing off this guy.
Don't even roll to hit. Just actually, don't roll for anything. Tell me what you do.
I take my sword, I shift it, and I just plant it in it. Just like I'm planting a flag. Just.
Yeah, he was slightly curled up, reaching for his severed leg, and you just drive your blade into him. There's like a shudder from him and his final breath. And you turn back just as he is finishing off the bartender. And you see that you didn't see it in the heat of the battle, but you see that the dwarf is down as well.
Okay.
There was 3 of them remaining, all 3 of them seeing that the tide has turned, a little bit, not so much in their favor, are running up to the church.
Okay.
And they disappear into the partially open door.
So, if I can come to soon enough, I would like to go up to the dwarf and cast Cure Wounds. If not, too late.
Roll wisdom for willpower.
Good idea. There's 13.
You have deeply ingrained prejudices toward dwarven kind because of the things that you've experienced in your life. Yet, despite this, you are able to overcome it. And as he is entering into the last of his death throes, you are able to lay hands on him and heal him.
Okay.
And he just breathes shallow, it's labored. And almost instinctually, his hand goes to reach for this badge that he is wearing. And he looks up at you. Thank you.
I get back up and go towards Angel. I say nothing.
He looks over at the building. Well, I think that will be okay. They went into the tunnels.
Get back into the tunnels. Follow the rest.
Thank
We'll
you.
take care of things here.
Thank you.
What
And
a
he
waste of a spell. So keep going.
Yeah, make sure to mark it. Make sure to mark it off. And he limps inside, not the tavern, but he kicks open the door of the building next to and goes through that one to go into those back tunnels. And you guys are left in this empty, burning town. The sheriff office on one side is on fire. The saloon on the other side is on fire, both of which have the potential of spreading to other buildings in this town. Okay, so you guys just finished off. The rest of the people who were out in this town, 3 of them ran into the church. You still feel stronger than ever, this thing tugging you kind of off this way here, but you still hear screaming and sobbing coming from the church. Screaming from children, but also from something else.
We have to see where this came from. I've ignored this call too long. We need to go to the crater. We need to see what started all of this.
Yes, I am ready. Wherever you want to head.
Head towards the crater.
Okay. So you guys, in order to get to the crater, you're kind of walking toward the church for a spell. And as you're getting closer and closer to the church, you hear screaming, pleading, crying, sobbing. You hear a little bit of arguing, too. Maybe from one of the defenders of this town that you guys have been fighting. Fuck, I didn't know it was going to look like this. Well, this is what we signed up for. No, this is wrong. You hear maybe a little bit of combat, fighting, someone getting struck with something, thump of someone falling. There's a pause, and someone peeks out the doorway, kind of out toward you guys, and upon seeing you, they don't come out to meet you. They actually grab the door and close it the rest of the way shut. And you just hear more sobbing from inside. Sobbing of kids, sobbing of something.
We need to find the means to combat this. I know in my gut we must go past this to combat this evil.
If that is what your heart is telling you, I am ready.
Okay, so you guys pass the church.
The star that you had seen at a distance, the holy symbol that was once perched upon the top, the bell tower of this church that had toppled. It was a symbol to Mistral, which we had talked about. It's like a 4-pointed star. It's almost like a cross. And it's like resting partially embedded in the dirt below.
Give me the rundown on Mistral.
Religion check.
15.
And your religion is pretty high.
Yeah.
So you know what you were taught from your order. And your order was not to Mistral, so you don't know how much is accurate or how much is like just propaganda almost. You know she is the goddess of light and dark, born as the result of 2 warring gods. She represents balance, nuance, and is most likely known for being the embodiment of the weave, a primary force that binds most magic in the cosmos. What you've learned is that she's kind of wishy-washy. Being light and dark, with the way that your order taught about her, it was like she's a goddess of half measures.
Okay.
They weren't really a fan of her because of essentially what she stood for at her most basic. But something about her was appealing to the people here. Maybe not necessarily related to the temple that is here, but it just happens to be some priest that had settled here at some point, started a church, but she is the goddess of light and dark. As you continue further and further on, the sobbing from behind you, the screams fade away as you put more distance between yourselves and it. And just on the very outskirts of town, deeper into the mountains, but not really by far, you encounter a fresh crater, a place where it seems the earth itself has recoiled. At its bottom, still partially obscured and buried in dirt, is a jet black temple. It's not normal black. It almost appears as a shaped absence in space. You take a moment for your eyes to adjust, but they never do. This is the darkest thing you've ever seen, and from this perspective, it almost looks like a hole into an abyss. There is a darkened splotch of sand and stone in front of the structure, places where bodies have been left to leak. But there are no bodies. The drag marks and blood trail continues inside, crimson disappearing into dark. So the adults, you get the impression the adults that were trying to put up a fight here, this is where their bodies were carried and thrown and ultimately dragged into this temple by something else.
Disappeared. I'm going to use... Can I use that? I mean, I know the answer to it, but...
Yeah, you can use it. You sense that there was once a powerful and foreign magic to this place. A magic that you can't fathom. The traces of it, like scorch marks of a fire or a ghost of a memory, linger in its stone facade. There is a weight here, an emotional expense yet to be paid, but the magic itself is gone. The temple is a body with its soul torn out, though a hint of something remains, a spark of something near the temple's heart.
Do I recognize anything?
It is... It's something dark. You can't determine if it is demon or devil or some other evil kind of god, but it is evil. This temple was to something dark.
Is this where the woman spawned from?
It would have to be. It would have to be.
And actually, with Divine Sense, you do pick up a devil, maybe a fiend, I guess, in the heart of this temple. And something else. Something undead.
What's up with the symbol of the moon goddess that I pulled off of the
Saloon?
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to match this in any way.
Is it doing anything funky?
Not really. If you hold on to it for an extended period of time, it seems to almost burn you. Like, it's almost fighting to be away from this place.
Okay. Are we out of the influence of this dark temple, or are we in its
You're
influence right now?
along its edge. There's like a crater, and it is still partially buried under stone and dirt. It actually looks older than the ground it's buried in. Appears like impossibly old. Mm-hmm. But you're outside. You can feel it cold from it. You can feel an absence of everything from it. There's a darkness irradiating off of it that you have never experienced before.
Is there anything very obvious about it? Can I use any of my blood hunter abilities to determine the path? Determine if there's anything still in it?
So you can determine when you did your divine sense earlier that there is a fiend and an undead inside. There is also the hint of a spark of something in its heart at the very, very center. Like the ghost of a memory of a place.
I'm sensing an undead within this temple. I'm going to do something I would rather not do, but I'm going to pray to the moon goddess and see if she can give me any guidance.
Pulling my robes down, almost hugging myself. Yes, this must be where the source of the cold is coming from. I am ready.
I pull the bloodied bundle out of my bags. I set it down in front of me. I pull the pendant of the moon goddess out in front of me. I rip it off the chain that it's on with slight defiance. And I take a knee. I don't come to 2 knees with the same reverence that I normally come to at the end of every evening. And I put this in my hand, and I just have a deep look of focus as I take a knee.
Roll a religion check.
4. I hate it. Here, wait. Let me try with the holy dice.
Yeah, roll with the holy dice.
Caught it.
What?
Natural one. That's it. That's it. That's it. Doesn't matter.
Mute.
I'm just completely ignored by the goddess of the moon.
You feel a presence of the one you're praying to listening. And as your prayer finishes, there's this pause, and this presence lingers, and then it leaves you
She heals
without
all
an
my
answer.
hit points.
She leaves. She doesn't answer. She doesn't stick around. She stays around long enough to listen, you feel, and then she disappears.
I get up, visibly upset. I spike the pendant on the ground. I'm like, as per usual, the deities have deigned not to give us their blessing.
I am sorry, Angel. This desert is not God willing.
I throw my hood up, still visibly upset. I use...
Hellish rebuke.
Hey, you want to fight? I use healing hands on myself. I say, well, let's go down to that hellhole.
You do feel, in the height of your anger against the gods, this tugging.
So I feel my God.
You feel something
Okay.
pulling you into this temple,
I
beckoning your arrival.
pull out the bloody bundle of rags. I take the rags off, and I sheathe the other sword in the other sheath on my back.
Are you guys heading in then? All right. So you descend this crater into the temple at the bottom. And as you near, you realize, shit, like this building is old, impossibly so. And it's constructed of a material that neither of you recognize. It seems, like I had said, older than the earth it's buried in, and it's cut using means you can't understand. There's a sharpness to it, undulled by time or weather. There's no door. It just is open. You can walk right in if you choose.
Is there any writing above the door?
No, nothing on the outside.
If this is where it is telling you to go, I am set.
Here we go.
Okay, you guys walk inside, and inside there is an even deeper, penetrating darkness. You see it without, you feel it within. You sense walls around you, you feel floor beneath you, yet the darkness creates the impression of perpetual freefall. Each stone is unique from the rest, and you can see them all. You can determine the shape and size and details of this place, and yet it is still all dark to you, even with dark vision. You can imagine being in a dark room, but the lines paint for you the distinction between objects. It's like seeing without seeing. And in the distance echoing off the walls, you hear a female voice. Yes, yes, my child, born to me in the darkness, you're so beautiful. You can call me Mother. Mother loves you very, very much. You'll keep her safe while she recovers, won't you? Yes, that's my baby boy. And you hear echoing off the walls.
We took a rest before we came in here, right?
Nope.
You sure you are following a holy deity, right?
I survived the siege of my kingdom.
Okay, just a little hesitant right now.
He led me through the dark, but at one point, I started following my own heart. When I awoke from the ruins of my kingdom, I still felt his embrace, but I pushed it to the side. And it's led me here today, still living, still breathing. I believe we can trust it.
Okay.
You guys press in? Okay. So you delve deeper and deeper, further and further into the labyrinthine halls of the temple. Toward this spark of energy, toward the pool you keep feeling, toward the voices. In the temple's center, a recovering Erin Yes is putting her finishing touches on her masterpiece. You recognize an Erin Yes as being essentially what a celestial is for good. She is that for evil.
Okay.
This kind of creature is, imagine like a lieutenant or captain in the forces of darkness, for lack of a better. And she is putting her finishing touches on her masterpiece. A being constructed of the flesh of those who defied her. Those who didn't sell their souls paid in flesh. The golem stands nearly 12 feet tall, its head inches from the ceiling. It is stitched together from the body parts of those who had fallen, an arm here, a leg there. It is a monstrosity unlike any other. And as you guys are kind of creeping in, she continues talking to it. We'll command this town and all like it, you and I. We'll spread the word of Bel across this land of heretics, making bargains along the way. I'll have a promotion incoming, I think. Maybe several. And you recognize her suddenly. This talk of promotion, this talk of Bel. You recognize her from the attack on your city, on your people, on your order. It hadn't been demons that ultimately had brought them to ruin. Your order had fought demons. No, it was the devils that really did it. And the woman was there. This woman, she commanded some of the attackers. And you recognize her name as Lady Mavali. That is what they had called her. She seems wounded. Her fight with whatever the being of light was that she was in the process of when she had spilled out into this world had taken its toll from her, but she has created something to defend her as she recovers. I do want the two of you to make me either an Arcana or a religion check. You can do so with advantage.
Okay.
Natural 20.
I'm sorry, this keeps happening.
That's much better.
Okay.
Both of you are aware that in order to kill either a celestial or a devil, you need to do so on their home plane. To kill them on a plane that is not theirs simply sends them back to wherever their home is. In a weakened state, especially for devils, they find themselves lower on the totem pole, but it does not kill them indefinitely. So to kill them here might not be as
Effective. Finite?
Yeah, as much of an ending as you would like. She is stalking around this room, talking to this thing, and you can see almost siphoning this power. There is an orb in the room's center, and behind it is a gateway, a door, something that leads to somewhere else, somewhere she had come from. And this orb seems to be powering it. And also powering whatever it is she has created, this monstrosity.
Angel, I am... it's unfortunate. I think that may be the artifact. The orb.
It looks like it's powering the gateway.
I guess we have two things to take care of first, before we get anywhere else.
If we destroy the artifact, we destroy their hole in this plane.
I nod.
I told you, I'm with you. After we complete matters here, I'll help you find this dwarf. And we will finish things for your people.
So, the orb. Can we do anything about destroying that? Like, oh, no idea. Okay.
What if the orb goes into the portal?
Just have to see.
Yeah. Damn.
Because that could like self-destruct.
Reality folds onto itself.
Oh, I've got my bow out.
I draw the holy blade.
Okay. Does it shine?
With the glint of 1,000 suns.
Okay, so you guys are no longer stealth.
Fuck. So how's this arena laid out? Can you
In the center, imagine like a labyrinth, where it all leads to the center. This is in the heart of this building, and it's not quite circular, but imagine it kind of in, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, an 8-sided room. You guys had entered in kind of this way, but there are varying exits around. Okay. And presumably each one leads up to some other tunnel.
All roads lead here.
All roads lead to hell.
Yeah. So you guys are entering through this way here. The orb is in the room's center. Directly behind it is this portal. And kind of off to the side, leeching the power off of the orb, are the two creatures in this room.
I feel like we've got to destroy the orb or toss it back to the portal from which it came.
That door tried to feed the devil inside of it. Should we enter? Defeat her there.
If we defeated her there, she would no longer exist. But if we wanted to end this problem for the town immediately, we could end things here. It's a matter of short term versus long term.
Right.
Personally, I recognize her from the destruction of my town. I would like nothing more than to run my blade through her and be gone with her forever. But we have what is within our capabilities today.
Do we know about these tunnels?
Yes, you can kind of see it just by entering in. It's, again, this whole place is dark, but you can see shapes. You can see, like, the lines dividing things.
My dark vision.
Your dark vision does not work here. It's not like you're seeing things in grays. You're seeing things in almost black and white. Lines are white, although they're also black. It's a weird thing to try to describe, but it's like you can tell the distinction between different objects and distances and details, but everything is dark to you. And I will say that there are pillars holding this room up, or at least around this room, that you guys could potentially take cover behind if you needed to.
Is she stronger in the portal?
You have no idea. Probably not. It looks like she looks hurt. Severely hurt. This is normally like a kind of being that almost by herself could fuck up a lot of people. But since she is so wounded, now is probably the best time for someone who wanted to take her out to do so.
The temple, is it completely closed up top, or is it similar to the church where it's kind of like falling apart?
The temple is entirely intact from what you've seen so far. Walking through it, it seems like the majority of it is still underground. You guys had seen just the tip of it, essentially.
Oh.
Just the tip. It's a massive temple. You had to walk a little bit of a ways in order to get to this location.
You distract her. Fire arrows. I'll sneak and grab the orb and try to draw her into the portal. The orb is the source of her power right now. She has to go after it. If I take the orb into the portal, it releases her hold on the area, and I can kill her on her terms. Leaving you to free the townspeople and take care of things on this side.
Quick question, Hunter's Mark, is that... Can I cast that stealthily?
I'd say so.
Okay.
Yeah, it would only be if you... Yeah, it would just be like if you attack it, you would do extra damage. Because I consider Hunter's Mark to be a tracking kind of spell,
That's
too.
what I thought, yeah.
And if someone knows they're being tracked, that kind of defeats the purpose. So yeah, you can do that stealthily.
Alright, yeah, if I have a moment's notice, I'm going to try to cast it on top of her.
You can do that. You're still stealth. I'm not going to make you roll initiative for it. You just cast it. It's a bonus action anyway.
Alright.
And it's almost like in your head mentally, you can now sense her more so than you were able to before. Like you can suss out where she is located, even if she takes cover.
I'm gonna use Necrotic Shroud.
Do you want this to include your wings?
My main thing is I wanted to do the flight speed.
It will be obvious, so it will put us into initiative. So you can still be quick if you're able to get the luck of the draw, but if she knows what you're doing, she might be able to try to intercept. You'll be able to move fast, potentially be able to grab the orb and get through there, but if she moves quicker than you, it's a possibility.
Right.
It will eliminate the element of surprise.
We'll do it live.
Okay. So you see, first out of the corner of the eye, and then you turn to face it, this darkness kind of appear around Angel.
I cast my cloak off.
Yeah, like a darkness so misplaced in this place, which is darkness incarnate, that even the dividing lines between objects disappears for a brief amount of time. And these skeletal wings jut out from his back, just ripping through the clothing, ripping out of his back. It almost looks painful if it wouldn't be so badass. And it comes out and it spreads these bony wings, and as he does it, the creatures that are there notice it as well. Roll me a charisma saving throw.
Yeah.
Me?
Yeah, because you see this happen.
10.
Okay. You are terrified to the point where you can still fight, you can still do things, but you can't move his direction. Like, you don't want to move closer from him. You only want to move further.
Okay.
The flesh golem is immune to fright. So he sees you and does not react. And she is not immune to fright, but rolled a 19.
Damn it!
So the only person that it actually scared
So it
was
means
him.
it means nothing.
Well, you get an extra +4
Okay.
to every attack.
All right.
So that's not too bad. And I want everyone to roll initiative.
As he's flying off with these skeletal wings, and I feel frightened, I kind of question what's been going on the past day or so.
My dice suck, man.
18.
Ooh, okay.
The golem goes first, completely unfazed by what's been happening, and he's going to take a charge at you because he sees you first.
Do 2 slam attacks at you. No.
17.
21 total.
Damage?
17 plus 4. No,
Wait,
no. Just a hit.
my
21 to hit.
gosh, I was like, well,
21 to hit.
It's been a good game, guys.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Holy
You
shit.
take 16 points of damage as this thing barrels into you, throwing you against this nearby wall. Your wings splay out behind you on this wall.
You said 16 damage?
Yeah.
Alright.
All right. And it's your turn.
I run away. I leave.
Do you?
No. Oh, shit.
You can if you want to.
No, I didn't expect that much damage. Holy shit.
I rolled. It was 2d8, and it rolled an 8 on both ones.
Oh, okay. I'm taking 2 shots at her, hoping not to immediately kill her.
Yeah, I don't think you will.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. That's a 16 and a 21.
The first one misses. The second one hits.
Whoa, what?
16 misses. Yeah.
Oh, no. 11 points of damage.
You hit her hard. She takes both one, or she takes the second one. The first one kind of flies off of her armor, but the second one strikes true, and she was already hurting before, so she looks like she's not doing too great. Her turn. She's coming after you because she just took that hit from you. She's gonna come at you, and her blade with this glimmering red energy, which is, it's the only red, it's the only color that is in this place, and it only seems to come from the blade itself. It doesn't reflect off of anything. It seems to be absorbed by all of the darkness around. She's gonna swing at you. Ooh, very nice. 4 on the first, so not bad. What is her plus? Okay, yeah, so 8 on the first, 7 on the second, and 14 on the third. She has triple attack.
I'll miss, but Jesus.
Yeah. So she swings and she swings and she swings and she is furious with you because she had a fucking plan and you guys are fucking with that plan. So, Angel.
How close to the orb am I right now? Or did I just activate?
So you are, there is currently a golem between you and this orb. So in order to go for it, it will trigger an opportunity attack. Although, so if you take an action and disengage and then make a move, I will allow it and he will not get an opportunity attack, but you will not have an action. So if all you want to do is pick up the orb and go into the portal or do something with it, that's fine. But like you won't be able to do any attacks this turn.
That's
if you
fine.
choose to
I
disengage.
want to take the orb and I want to go in the portal.
Okay. Okay. The golem you get by completely fine.
Okay.
That is not an issue. We're gonna do a contested dex check, but you have advantage because you have wings.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll twice, and Mavali is gonna try to grab you as you're going past where she's locked in combat with him. Roll again.
11.
4. What is her plus? 4 plus 3, so 7.
So did I make it? Did I
You
squeak
do.
it out? Did I squeak it out?
You grab this orb and you fly into the portal. We'll switch perspectives to you. And we'll go back to what you see on the other side. But as he grabs this and flies in, suddenly the integrity of this temple becomes compromised. The whole thing begins to shake, and for the first time, maybe in a millennium, maybe longer, this place begins to seriously be jeopardized. It starts to change. And as the power source powering this golem is divorced from it, the golem that you were locked with topples, lifeless, just a slab of meat.
God.
And Lady Mavali, is going to take a dive for that portal. You do have an opportunity attack. You actually have your full action, and then you will have an opportunity attack.
This is where I'm confused. Do I take her out now, or do I let her enter?
She stays at her current health, right? If she comes
Yes.
into the portal, she stays at her health.
Yes, and she's pretty hurt.
I just don't know how we're getting back. If we kill her in the portal, I don't know how we're gonna get back.
I pull my bow up, arrow ready. I wait. I let her enter.
Are you going to take an opportunity attack as she tries to go?
I'm still holding the bow and arrow, and I dart into
The portal.
the gate.
Into the portal. Are you going to do so with your movement, or are you going to let her enter first? I will say, so as soon as he goes through the portal, it begins to close. So either on your action right now and potentially triggering an opportunity attack from her, or never is your chance to get into this thing. So if you are going to run into the portal, you have to do it now, and she will get a strike on you.
Yep. I was about to shoot. I drop it. I start running towards her. If she
Okay.
gets an attack, fine. I'm heading in with her.
You start running into that portal. Oh, you lucky bastard. 10 to hit. She takes a furious swipe your direction. You enter into the portal with her swiftly following in behind you. And as you enter in, she entering just on your heels, the portal closes. This new place that the three of you find yourselves in is a world between worlds, a pocket dimension. It appears to you like a prism, a kaleidoscope, or a shattered mirror. Each piece of the pattern its own separate door to some other place, maybe some other time. It does, however, have just enough, you can feel, of a connection to the hells that a devil killed there would make the death permanent. But the way that you had come through, that time and that place, is now closed to you. You did grab the ball. I want you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Come on, baby.
9.
What is your wisdom?
It's wait, my wisdom +2.
That's not high enough. Before you even enter this portal, the second that you grab onto this ball, you see the birth and death of the universe. The birth and death of everyone and everything you have ever loved, every religion, every feature of land, every planet, every celestial body, and all of it flowing into you at once drives you mad. Your mind shatters, fractures. You kind of briefly forget where you are, who you are, and as you enter into this portal, into this world between worlds, which is already trippy as fuck, you are a broken person. Oddly, though, the memories of the fall of your order are to you as clear, as vivid as they have ever been. And you remember vividly each breath that you had made. It's almost as if you're back in this moment of being at home, there being peace, there being the belief that things would always be like this, that the complacency that comes with being peaceful, with being in a position of comfort for an extended period of time. No kingdom has ever thought that they were nearing its end until the end has come. And at first the demons had come, storming the gates. They were chaotic. They didn't know really what they were doing. There was no organization. But that's where all the paladin went. That's what they were trained to do. And as the forces were moved to fight off the demons, that's when the devils came, led by a woman. A woman who you now see in front of you. You have a hard time grasping what is real and what isn't, where in time and in space you exist, but because you were in this place, this world between worlds, your fractured psyche is able to come together just enough for you to recognize what it is you need to do. And it is your turn.
Can I strike the orb? Is that a valid option?
Yeah, you have magical weapons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you strike something, potentially, if you strike something that is magic with something else that is magic.
Is the orb connected to her?
No. You can't tell. Roll an Arcana check, actually. But with disadvantage because you are...
Muddled.
You are muddled.
What the fuck?
I love how poorly he is rolling. You can't tell.
Okay.
She seemed to have been using this for her purposes. Whether she's tied to it or if it was just tied to the gateway, you don't know.
Well, I'm shocked by the visions that the orb has showed me. So I toss the orb down.
It falls and it rolls and it seems to roll on forever and yet nowhere. It just rolls across a floor that doesn't exist into a place that doesn't exist but does.
I'm just going to attack her with my holy blade. 15 plus, wait, plus 4 on that?
15 plus 4. Yep.
Okay.
And that does hit, except she is going to use her reaction to parry, which has a plus 4 to her AC, which gives it to a grand total of 22 AC. So you strike at her, you land, but it seems like hitting a wall. It does not have the effect that you were hoping for. You landed the shot.
Okay.
That uses up her reaction. Derek, I will give it to you, having entered into this portal second.
Trying to comprehend what is going on around me. This is unbeknownst to any kind of lizard folk. As the
Unbeknownst to anyone, this is this is something not of this world.
As the orb is heading towards me, if it's coming fast enough, I'd like to stop it with my leather boot, keep it still, and 2 shots.
Okay. And she had used her reaction, so she is not able to parry again until her next turn. That's sucky.
What a loser. So that's 4.
Loser.
Loser. Nothing.
Nothing. Both ones fire, completely miss, and just disappear into oblivion. It is her turn.
Okay. Yeah, that's about it.
It is her turn. She's going to take 1 swing at you. She's going to take another swing at you.
Thank God.
Give me 3. Give me all 3.
That's a 9.
Come on.
She's going to do another swing
Do it. Gimme.
At you?
Yes.
That is a 16?
Yeah. Beats it.
Yeah, fucking give it to me. That is 9 points of damage.
Okay.
Plus another 5 of poison damage.
I'm gonna use my last spell. I'm gonna inflict wounds.
Okay.
I think I have one more. Yes, I have one more. I'm gonna inflict wounds.
Okay. Go ahead and roll to hit.
17.
That hits. Even with her additional one, it would hit. It would meet it.
And it's 3 on my D10.
And she's gonna try to parry that, but she's gonna be unable to, so that uses up her reaction.
25.
Holy fuck. How do you want to do this?
I think back to the fall of my kingdom. It all comes rushing back. I was lost amongst the chaos of this realm in betwixt. I fly in with my wings, my hand burning with darkness. I clutch her face, and she begins to shrivel. And I look her in the eyes, and I force her to face me. I say, I am Azrael, the angel of death, and Vindern has come for you. And then I throw her down.
There's this brief look. First, she can sense this look that you had met her before or seen her before, and she's confused by it because she doesn't remember you at all. But at hearing those words, there's this sudden hint of recognition, and then there's nothing. The last thing that runs through her mind is the part that she had played on the attack on your home, and her body crumbles. And unlike if she had been on a plane where it wouldn't have been effective, where she just turns into ash or dust, her body is like any other body. It is dead. It is dead. The body and the spirit, the soul, there's nothing left. You see this happen, and the orb is also at your feet.
As she withers away, he can see, as her face disappears, me picking up the orb.
Okay, you guys are in this space. You are still picking up the fractured pieces of your psyche, but it seems like most of them filter into 2 versions of yourself, a light version and a dark version. And you are, in this moment at least, unable to reconcile the 2 of those things. Maybe you've always been unable to reconcile, but you, at least here, at least now, you feel somewhat intact. You can carry a conversation, you can do what you normally would. You guys are out of initiative.
Slowly, a memory comes to me of a small girl in the corner of a room, drawing on her sketch pad. I dig into my pocket. I pull out this picture. And it's a crude drawing. I try to recognize the individual in there. And I slowly start connecting pieces of myself. And I slowly fold the paper up and put it in my pocket.
The process of him going through all of this takes a couple minutes. Is there anything that you do during that time?
I'm not paying attention at all. I'm staring at the sword.
Did you pick it up?
Yeah, I picked it up.
Roll me
I'm
a wisdom
staring
saving
in
throw.
my hand.
Wisdom saving throw.
Oh, shit. Not one.
What? No.
Not one.
Andrew.
What is it?
I'm so sorry.
What is it?
It's a nat 20 again.
Is it?
Just a little.
Yes.
You feel it call to you. Either it or something that exists on the other side of it. You see the same thing that everyone else has seen. Falshwin had seen, that Angel had seen, but you're able to keep yourself together with the thoughts of why you have went to find it in the first place. That is able to tether you to yourself. And you recognize this is very valuable. This will gain you so much favor in the eyes of who you want it to.
As I'm staring at it, I'm going to sit down, like cross my legs, just stare at it, and in my mind just thinking, when is he gonna arrive? I'm just thinking, I have nowhere else to go. This is it.
All around you are infinite doorways, times, places. You don't really know where they lead to, when they lead to, but...
Do I wait? And I'm just sitting there staring.
Okay, and at
Like-
this
like
point,
come to?
yep, you're coming to. You see him sitting cross-legged on what may or may not be a floor, just staring deeply into this orb. He seems okay, but he's looking at it, muttering to himself.
I sheath my blade, and I walk up to him. What do you see?
Justice.
At what cost?
Nothing. If I can get back, this is it.
What do you know of the orb? We know that it hasn't come from our world.
No. And I have seen from Fellowship how much damage it can cause. But
Can it be a force for good?
I think so. I am a Frau Olo. I am a favored one.
Do you believe you can control it?
Staring. What does it look like, by the way? Like
It is-
swarms of black and red, kind of.
Imagine, kind of made from a similar material or a similar magic that the temple was made out of. It is less an object and more the shaped absence of anything. Like it is an orb, but it is so dark and so void of anything that it is like a hole in the fabric of space-time. You're able to hold it, you're able to move it, but it is so pitch that it doesn't seem like it should be real. It seems like it existed someplace outside of space and time.
Again, just staring. I have not looked at you at all. I am a favored one.
What do you mean, favored one?
My deity. He will grant me everything I've wished. He will take out that damn dwarf,
Who is your deity?
Mershulk.
Go ahead and roll me a religion check.
13.
You've heard his name in passing. He is typically a god that is prayed to by...
Yuan-Ti.
It is not a good god. It is... What all do you know about him? I don't have a thing pulled up for him.
Oh, yeah, he kind of looks like... Think of my coin.
Who?
Think of my coin, the cobra set.
Okay, yep.
He's basically a cobra.
Okay, so that's what your coin is called to him.
He is a dark god.
If you see, depending on how much you religious-wise you know, the scarring you have seen all over my body is not from fights.
Ritualistic.
It's
Okay.
a blood ritualistic to him.
So, and given that part too, it all kind of clicks in, and you're like, wait a second, he's a follower of someone that is not okay.
You've helped me, and you've helped the people of this village. Let's get back to our world and go our separate ways. The orb is yours, but I leave you with a cautionary tale. Do not let it consume you. If it consumes you, if the demons come, if evil comes, know that I will be coming.
At this point, I finally look up. I await your return.
I am vengeance.
I pray to my God. I don't go to this moon bitching. I pray to my God.
Okay, go ahead and roll for religion. Just a straight roll.
Advantage?
Not advantage, not here.
18.
What are you asking?
First, I give thanksgiving that I have survived and I am one step closer into my hunt for justice for my kingdom. Secondly, I ask if it is his wish to allow me to return to the material plane.
It's not words that come to you, but you feel a wave of affirmation, acceptance, agreement. One of the portals to you glows more than the others. That tug, that pull that you were feeling from before, you feel it now, coming from this particular sliver, this slice, this doorway.
Come, this is the way.
This is the way.
We go to the portal.
Okay.
I'll follow. You can see a couple tears flowing, and I say, "Thank you, Angel."
You can call me Azrael.
He disappears into this doorway. You're left in this world alone. A million different choices. You can follow him or take a different door.
I choose the same door.
Okay. You disappear as well.
And we'll fade out from this portion of the story, this story that takes place between the chapters. Maybe we'll pick up with it again at some other point, maybe with new faces, maybe with old faces. When we go back to the town that you guys had partially liberated, we see the church. It's almost like a bird's eye view of this town. We zoom into the church, closer and closer and closer until we're inside. Inside still, the remainder of the townspeople have just finished nailing the dead and dying children to the walls. Sickly purple tendrils of energy writhe from their little chests, feeding into a screaming celestial suspended on chains in the room's center. The celestial form decomposes and reforms time and time and time again, because the same rules apply to it as does the devil's. You can't kill it on this plane without sending it back home, so Lady Mavali just settled for torturing it. Torturing and torturing and torturing until it agreed to its terms, to her terms. Essentially the same deal that she gives everyone. Join us. And with the destruction and the horror of that many children suffering around it, ultimately the celestial does. It falls. The one thought that plagues it as it slips from the world of light into the world of darkness is the thought that it had heard something from outside. Potential saviors, potential redemption, and they sidestepped her. And as she turns from light to dark, she does so with thoughts of vengeance to the people who had left her. The town doesn't entirely turn to darkness, but the people who remain don't for long. They leave, they go their separate ways. But this celestial turned fiend stays on this plane for now, hunting, waiting. And that's where we're going to end it today.
What about little Mary?
They escape through the tunnels, through the mountains, disappear into the mountains. They never look back. They never return. They had stayed in that town for far too long anyway. That town had died a long, long time ago. There is a balance to this world, a balance between light and dark. A being of great darkness was defeated, as was a being of light. On and on and on, that wheel turns. And that's where we'll end it.
Yeah, bitch, I got some buzzers clawing at my fucking stomach. I'm from the shadows, left the gallows, made the summit. Hear the trumpets rolling in like it's 300. Left the battle, the ravaged attacking, and we set the bodies on.
Yeah, good point. I would actually explain the full detail. Now that you know what happened, everything that happened to me, I would tell you.
Okay.
Okay.
I have no children.
What are the eggs? What are...
My lunch.
These are eggs that I find in the forest. If I need to distract an enemy, I throw multiple of them.
Your princess.
There is a princess.
Okay.
She has nothing to do with this. She is not involved at all.
Okay.
It was just between me and Felshwin.
You've been played.
You are not honor bound to the princess at all? That's what you're telling me?
No. However, she is a great friend of mine.
But
We're just friends.
yeah, that's about it.
Man.